in addition to protection from sun and wind, all for a price that makes sense. Go to decktech.com and discover the DeckTech difference by checking out our reviews. With 100% financing and extra savings on select installation dates, why wait? Call DeckTech today at 303-277-1550 or visit decktech.com. That's DECKTEC.com. DeckTech.
When you get hit by hail in Colorado, and you will, you better have a roofer on speed dial. I do, and it's Golden Spike Roofing. With over 70 years of combined roofing experience, they've not only seen everything, they've fixed everything. And they're honest, licensed, and insured. So if you get hit with hail, high winds, or know you've got an older roof, call for a free inspection from Golden Spike Roofing. Just call 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386, or find them online. GoldenSpikeRoofing.com.
Selling your home has never been more competitive. Put Frank Duran, the real estate man, to work for you.
I will share with you how we give your home a true winning edge over your competition.
Call Frank Duran for a free market analysis of your home and more.
You will also discover exactly how I consistently net my clients more money than the market average. There's a good reason why my team and I are trusted by so many people.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622 with RE/MAX Alliance.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
We've got a little bit of a warm-up on the way. Temperatures today in the low 90s, starting off with sunshine. Then we're going to see a few showers and thunderstorms by later on this afternoon. Overnight down to the low 60s, and then Wednesday we're in the mid-90s. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Stay connected when it matters most. Be prepared with Rapid Radio's walkie-talkies. With instant push-to-talk and LTE nationwide coverage, you can reach family and friends in any emergency. 100% private, no contracts, no hassle.
Stay safe. Order now at rapidradios.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver.
An iHeartRadio station.
Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeartRadio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. The Senate expected to vote sometime soon on the Trump budget bill. Republicans have been debating it for more than a day now, nonstop. They're trying to scrape together enough votes to get the spending package passed. President Trump, meantime, in Florida, standing alongside Governor Ron DeSantis, touting the massive detention center being built in the Everglades. He says more facilities will be built soon.
We have Louisiana doing it big, Alabama's doing it. We have a lot of states. They seem to be red states and not too many blue states for whatever reason, you know. But the red states, Republican-run states, are doing it. The blue states don't do very well at security and policing.
Job openings in the U.S. rising unexpectedly in May, showing once again the resiliency of the American job market. Televangelist Jimmy Swaggart has died. His ministry, worth millions, fell apart in the 90s following prostitution scandals. He continued preaching. Jimmy Swaggart was 90. This is ABC News. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to visit Washington next week, and he has a meeting with President Trump on July 7th, he says. The jury in Sean Combs' sex trafficking trial has just sent another note to the judge. It's the 5th note the jury has sent since deliberations began yesterday. The FBI is now offering a $5 million reward for information on an accused hacker team. ABC's Rhiannon Alley with details.
4 North Korean agents are accused of pretending to be IT workers here in the U.S. so they could infiltrate American companies and steal money to fund North Korean weapons programs. The suspects allegedly used stolen IDs to get jobs as remote IT workers in what the FBI says was a North Korean government operation to defraud companies all over the world.
Among the victims, an Atlanta-based tech entrepreneur who says the suspect spent months gaining his trust, then hacked him out of $800,000 and wiped out all history of any of their chats. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
At Social Security, we are always thinking of ways to save you time and make things easier. That's why we created My Social Security. Opening a My Social Security account gives you secure access to your personal record and interactive tools tailored for you. You can see if you are eligible to receive benefits, view spousal benefit estimates, and compare retirement benefit estimates at different ages or dates when you want to start receiving benefits. Already receiving benefits? Use your account to change your address, set up or change direct deposit, get a proof of income letter, and more. In most states, you can also request a replacement Social Security card. Save time. Go online. Open a My Social Security account at ssa.gov.
K-How News Time, 10:03.
Barry Morphew, charged with first-degree murder in the 2020 death of his wife Suzanne, has been extradited to Colorado from Arizona and is now in the Alamosa County Jail. Murder charges against Morphew were dropped in 2022, but after Suzanne's body was found, authorities say new evidence links Barry Morphew to her death. 12th Judicial District Attorney Ann Kelly.
I can tell you that our law enforcement officers have never forgotten, have never given up, and they have been working so hard to get to the place where we are today. And so it is never enough to say we're just going to forget about it because it's too hard.
Morphew, who is being held on a $3 million bond, maintains his innocence. He is due in court this afternoon. The Nuggets have traded Michael Porter Jr. to the Nets in exchange for forward Cam Johnson. The trade gets Denver out from under the luxury tax. The Nuggets also signed free agent Bruce Brown, who is part of their 2023 championship team. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic
from the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Alarm Detection Systems.
Yeah, I got a couple of problems working right now. Northbound 25 at Alameda, the left 2 lanes blocked on a crash, and it is backed up almost to University. Pretty heavy stop and go coming through the downtown area. Southbound's been busy also from I-70 through that stretch. And we've got a crash way up to the northeast along I-76. It's westbound, just approaching the E-470 interchange. This is down past Bar Lake. Got to back up in there for about a mile or so. Looking at some volume on 270, a little busy, as well as 225 heading south in from Parker. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Alarm Detection Systems. Video business security with expert installation and 24/7 monitoring. Protect what matters. Serving Denver, Boulder County, Northern Colorado, the Eastern Plains, and Colorado Springs. Visit adsalarm.com.
Keep listening for your chance to win $1,000.
So happy about that, believe me.
Every hour, weekdays, 9 a.m. through 5 p.m. With up to 9 chances a day to win a grand.
That is crazy.
On Denver's talk station, 630 K-How. Sponsored by Maverick.
What a refreshing deal. Maverick fans are in for a summer of savings with the 89-cent Fountain Frenzy. Good for all fountain drink sizes up to large. Adventure Club exclusive. Maverick, Adventure's first stop.
Imagine cutting out the middleman when getting a new home loan. Whether it's a traditional mortgage, a reverse mortgage, a HELOC, or a refinance, CMG Financial is the leader. They're the bank. They can beat almost any rate out there. I'm consumer advocate Marc Mager. If you're looking for a home loan, you need to call CMG Financial. They're going to save you a ton of money. Don't let the other guys fool you. Go to partnerinlending.com. Partnerinlending.com.
Regen Revolution has helped me so much in terms of getting mobile and active again, and now they'll be helping me and you at their new location near Old Town in Arvada. It's an expanded facility, so an even better version of the great care you've come to know from Regen Revolution. The combination of regenerative medicine and more traditional treatment modalities have gotten me back to being able to play sports and exercise in ways I thought I might never do again. Learn more at regenrev.com. That's REGENREV.com.
Auto accident? Get the right lawyer on your side. Call Fuller.com.
Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 K-How.
Yeah. Ripped off. Bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, I'm Tom Martino, and I am so happy to be here, so happy to be alive. Thank you for joining me in the festivities on the Troubleshooter Show. We have an abbreviated week of sorts, but we'll be broadcasting all week with special programming when we're not here. But between me and Major Marc Mager, we're not going to forsake you at all. We got all kinds of stuff going on. And we have it looks like a full studio. Well, I say full. Let me see what peeps we have there. I see Major Marc Mager. If you're streaming YouTube, we have this up on video if you care, if you don't. And then I think we have, that's Fuller, John Fuller. And
good morning.
Hi, John. Thank you for being here. And I see Deputy Bo. Is that Deputy Bo?
And, nope, Deputy Dollar and Chopper.
Chopper, I'm sorry for insulting you and calling you Bo. No, just kidding. So listen, let's get right. I have Deputy D here, of course, Deputy D. We're talking about anything on your mind this week, of course. And I want to ask a question, though. Have you ever considered interest balance transfers? I've been getting a lot of emails about this, and not because of me. I don't think they're targeting me because I'm like in trouble or anything, but they're saying, do you want to transfer your high interest credit cards?
A lot of that time is derived from your balance. They'll pull a credit report on you or a soft pull, and they'll see that you have a big balance. You might pay it off every month, but you carry a big balance, so they'll send you those offers.
And Mark, you and I both know with our businesses and your individual card and my individual card, we charge the hell out of everything. So toward the end of the month, our credit score actually goes down because our use of credit is higher. And then once we pay it off, our credit jumps up, and it does a cycle every month. Well, in any case, let me get to this. So I started looking into, not for me, but the concept of credit transfers. First of all, Mark advertises for CMG Financial, which does some equity loans, and I advertise for American Mortgage, which is a great company, and they do the smart equity loan, and I'll be talking to them soon here. And they advertise and encourage that you take a part of your equity and pay off that high interest debt, not so you can just keep it on your house for 30 years, but so you can pay it off quicker. Now, balance transfers, though, are not a bad idea. I happened to look into it, and I found some incredible programs, some balance transfer programs that really work. And through the show, I would like to go over some of them. Now, I'm not saying you do this instead of an equity loan, but you can. I mean, in other words, in some cases, you can transfer your high interest credit cards over to a credit card that gives you, for example, 18 freaking months with no interest on those balance transfers. Now, on purchases, they get, they don't give you much credit. I mean, not much credit. They don't give you much of an incentive. But what they're hoping to do is that once you transfer your balance, you'll be a regular card customer. But man, can you take advantage of some of them? And I'll be talking about some of them, okay? Because they really are. I looked high and low, and they are really good deals. But right now, I want to go to the phones. And again, I'll be talking to American Finance about the nitty gritty of their smart equity loan. I want to get right down to it. But right now, we're going to talk about a travel issue. This is the travel season for many of us in Colorado. Doug and Jill want to talk to me about Avanti. I have no idea what it's about. So why don't you guys start from the beginning and let's hear what's going on, Doug and Jill.
Okay. We booked a travel for our family. There were 4 of us total, and it was to leave on May 2nd. May 4th. And my husband came down with a blood clot in his leg, which made it impossible to travel. It would be life-threatening to travel.
Yeah.
We did not have travel insurance. That is on us. We know but we did get 2 letters from different doctors, including a hematologist, who said that it was not a good idea.
Okay, I just want to say this, and again, I don't mean to shut you down. And as I said, this show is designed to help callers and those listening. But really and truly, Doug and Jill, unless they just want to do it out of goodwill, they don't care what happened to you. I mean, they don't care. They don't care if you have 6 doctors. They don't deny you based on whether or not they believe you. They deny you based on the fact that it wasn't a protected trip. Now, some trips have some built-in protections if you cancel by a certain date. So what I want to know is, I want to jump to the conclusion here. I just want to know something. Are they willing to do anything?
The trip was a little over $33,000.
Oh my God! $33,000 all prepaid?
Yes.
Oh, Oh, you're breaking my heart. So of that 33,000, are there individual elements that may be refundable?
The only thing they are willing to refund is the airfare.
And how much is that?
Well, they want to take $400 per ticket. There were 4 tickets.
And who is they? Who's going to refund that?
Well, Avanti. It was paid for through Avanti. It was booked with United and Lufthansa. Lufthansa, I called them both, and they have both
Who is
refunded
Avanti?
in total.
Who is Avanti Travel? Hold on there.
Avanti
Go ahead,
Destination.
Deputy D. Did you look them up?
Yeah, I'm on their website right now. It looks like a travel agency, like a full-service travel agency.
Okay, and
It is.
okay, so you booked a family. I want people listening to know this because I want it to ring true. They booked through Avanti Travel to leave May 4th. Doug came down with a blood clot in his leg. They did not have travel insurance. The cost of the trip, $33,000. Oh my God! And
can't you swap out your husband for somebody?
Oh. No, I'm wondering. By the way, Mark is joking, but I'm
no,
serious.
I'm not joking.
No,
I'm not joking at all.
Okay,
I mean,
because
the other
Mark,
3
it's
people,
really a good idea. Would you?
Or could
I'm
you
just
sell
saying.
the whole trip?
Would you be allowed to put another person in his place?
or as John Fuller just said, or swap out all 4, sell the package.
Or just go without him and pay that portion, but go with that. And I'm serious about this. If we had to talk about mitigating damages, these are all pretty, I think, useful.
Those are good ideas, but we don't know if this trip has already taken place or not. Is this in the future?
May 4th.
It has taken place.
Okay.
And because this blood clot thing was a new thing to our family, I did not want to leave my husband behind. I did not know how he would feel. And plus, it was a family trip. And family is the operative word here.
No, I get all the reasons. I was just trying to mitigate damages. So May 4th has come and gone. How much total was how much total was refunded?
About nothing has been refunded yet. $9,000, and that was only the airfare. All the hotels, all the tours, all the transfers, they kept.
Okay,
$23,000.
Doug and Jill, let me ask you something. And again, I want you to set yourself apart. What do you think they should do? Do you think because your husband had a medical condition, they should say, you know what, let's cut these people some slack? What are you expecting? I'm really curious, by the way.
I know you hate the term, but let me play devil's advocate real quick. I don't care where I book a flight. I don't care where I book a hotel. When I go into my Hilton apps, I have 2 options. I can cancel up till the day of, or whatever money I give them that second, I never get back. These are decisions we all make every time you book travel, and I don't care who you book it through.
Okay, hold on. I got to take a break. I want to talk about this, and I want to know what people think should be done. I mean, I know it's easy to say after the fact, well, you should have bought insurance. I don't think I've ever bought travel insurance. I don't think I ever needed to.
It's not. But Tom, I'm not saying buy insurance. I'm saying when you book an airline, with Frontier, you can either pay $100 or $180, but you can cancel and rebook at any time.
Okay, more on this. What would you do? What do you expect on this travel package?
Yep.
Thank you. I didn't say after this.
Not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell, definitely not an attorney.
You thought it, though.
If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-611-3113. That's 800-611-3113.
You know, I'm a patient of Denver Regen. I went in there when I had back pain and they took it away. I almost wanted to cancel surgery, but I was too far gone. And Denver Regen is treating neuropathy now in hands and feet and legs and arms, peripheral neuropathy with stem cell therapy and having outstanding results. I urge you to get in touch with denverregen.com for neuropathy treatment with real stem cell therapy. That's denverregen.com. Hey, you know what I have running in my house a lot of the time? It's my quiet, cool whole house fan, thanks to QCcolorado.com. That's the website that'll give you an introduction. It's a whole house fan. So what it does is pull up cooler air from below and expels the hottest air from above, and in essence, evens out the temps in my home, which puts less of a strain on my AC. That alone helps my AC save money, and it saves the life of the AC. But if you use it in mornings and evenings, you can replace your AC many times. Check them out, QCcolorado.com. I have 2 systems, and I save a ton of money on air conditioning. 303-800-3419. 800-3419. Fix it 24/7. We'll take you.
Hey, you paused too long.
Well, you just put it in there, didn't you? I mean, it wasn't in there in the beginning.
Did you delete anything? Let's go back.
No, it wasn't in there. I promise you, it wasn't. But maybe if you said it was, I didn't see it. So tell me when to do it.
Hit undo and prove them wrong.
Yeah, I just hit undo and it was there. So tell me when to do it, brother.
We should let Mark do his weight loss regen.
You know what? I mistakenly did the regen on the peripheral neuropathy already.
That's all right.
Oh, yeah, we heard that.
Okay.
Okay, how about 15 away? When you hear silence, it'll be your turn to talk about
hey, second opinion.
Okay, second opinion. Got it. Thank you.
During Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's school to 323232. Text school to 323232 now.
You know, this is the time of year when people have AC problems, man. They are desperate. And some companies that are unscrupulous might recommend a full replacement when you don't need it. So here's what I'm going to tell you. Yes, you should do the deep clean, check and tune for $39 for new customers from Fix It 24/7. But if anyone tells you you need a new AC or anything, new water heater or new blower motor, new something that's expensive, call Fix It for a free second opinion. Absolutely no risk. Free second opinions from Fix It 24/7. You go on to fixmyhome.com, book now, and book a free second opinion, or give them a call, 720-526-3939.
Market Hawaii.
Very kind, thank you.
Have carry-on bags that we put above, and then my backpack that I carry with me.
And that handles.
Those 2 cover everything for me. I can live for a fucking month in a carry-on
I
bag.
can, but that doesn't. My wife brings a blow dryer.
Yeah. And see,
like,
my wife
the
is
hotel has blow dryers.
I know. My wife is a professional traveler, so she's got that down to a science.
Yeah.
I mean, she knows, but the hotels that we stay in, like, they know what pillow to put in the room for her. I mean, her profile is like, it's crazy. But as a result, we travel pretty light, and we don't have to worry about that stuff.
That's kind of when we get in the bus, we're the same way. We got literally clothes.
Same shit. You never pack the bus.
Ever.
It's just loaded, Food and drink that you used the last time, and that's it,
Well, that's basically it. Water.
Yeah. Load up the tanks.
And we eat out mostly. I mean, there's times we don't, but
Yeah, we don't eat out mostly, except when we're in hotels and shit. But we'll grub up most of the time. If we're going across country, we're done. We're not going out. We're beat from the street up,
I'm putting my foot down though. No more check bags. That's it. It's over.
Yeah.
Stephanie will not check bags, and I love checking bags.
Again, no matter what.
I love checking.
I absolutely abhor checking bags. It's such a time killer.
Oh, it's
I can
45
get off that
minutes.
plane and be in the car and out of the airport on the highway before the last person's even off the plane.
It depends on what airport you go to. If you're
there's
familiar
some
with
that are
them,
quick, but in general,
yeah.
No, it doesn't.
Reagan was quick. We landed and we had our bag before we even walked to it.
Right.
So my friend,
DIA
we're out the front door.
Stays here now and then from.
But I'm, I have status, so at least on Southwest, I'm in the front 3-4 rows of the plane, and I'm off
across the street
in 2 seconds, and I'm hitting the
highway.
And
it was clearly in an email. July 1st, paving
it works,
that little parking area. That was
I don't know. When you do it a lot, I mean, I've flown 32 times this year already. So that's a lot.
I bet I've maybe.
He might be in my driveway anyway.
Maybe 12.
They're so kind here.
12's a lot
just
for
towed
most
to
people,
another area.
You know?
Most
people don't
in
travel
6
12
months.
times in their life, you know?
They're just so nice about it. Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troublemaker for some people, troubleshooter for others. This hour brought to you by waterpros.net. The best water systems at the lowest prices, bar none. We've talked about that. $39.95. Get all the crap, the forever chemicals out of your water, and then get drinking water. It's $39.95 for the whole house system, just $1,200 for reverse osmosis, if you want to get just that. Hey, what do we do about this? What do we do? Hey, Mark, would you expect, and John Fuller, and anyone in the studio, would you expect them to do anything? What would you expect them to do?
I'm going to go back to what I said last time. If people want those cheap fares, if they were to refund those non-refundable fares all the time, the rest of us wouldn't be able to buy cheap fares. They would disappear.
But so you're saying they're not owed anything and shouldn't expect anything.
Listen,
if they traveled with these people and used them all the time, this Avanti company, I would say they should do something. But I mean, that's up to Avanti.
Yeah. I think it comes down to, the time frames. If the company had 8 months to resell the spots and they could get them sold to somebody else, maybe. But if it's, like a month before, or they had no opportunity to get rid of them.
You know what? I never thought of that, John.
They're gone,
So, Doug, let me ask Doug and Jill, when was the trip booked? When did you actually book it?
Paid for, I think in March.
And
Actually,
then,
I do remember.
Okay. So in March for May. So in March, when you did it, how long after did you cancel? Did you want to cancel?
It was not that long before the trip began, because that's when we got the information about the blood clot. So we were supposed to leave. When
did you decide you were not going to go on the trip? Just give me that.
Like a week before, 2 weeks before.
April 30th. No, it was not that much time. It was April
you know
30th.
what? You can't blame them. You really can't. I mean, it was like 4 days before.
It would be worth a call to the hotel to see if they credit Avanti, because if Avanti got some of their money back, you might have an argument.
Yeah,
I did think about that.
You're trying to piece together some tidbits of refunds
We're aware
here,
of that.
but generally speaking, this is what travel insurance is for.
It really is. It is. I hate giving you guys bad news like this, but I think here's what I want to know. Any of my deputies recall calling and negotiating stuff like this ever? And maybe I think it's a dead issue. I don't think they would do anything. We theoretically could make a courtesy call here.
My God, we dealt with this over COVID on the weekly, and not one time. And that was during COVID. Yeah. People were dying. Did people ever get money back?
Mark,
it's interesting.
Yeah, there were people with insurance the insurance didn't honor it. I remember. Right. Don't you remember? Insurance didn't honor COVID. They said no.
What the ones that drove me crazy was Hawaii, because if you flew there, you would have to stay like at the airport or at a hotel that was specified for 2 or 3 weeks,
like quarantine
before you could even leave. So technically, they didn't shut it down. But who the hell's going to go stay in a hotel for 3 weeks?
Yeah, for sure.
Doug and Jill, I know you're making a last-ditch effort, but God, for whatever you do, take that refund for the air. That $9,000 is better than nothing. I just can't believe that you didn't make an effort to. I know it's a family trip. You didn't want to go without Doug, but and by the way, just to let you know, I don't know how bad this blood clot is, but it is a bit of a myth that you can't travel with the blood clot. There are things you can do. I'm not going to get into the medical part of this, and I'm not going to dispute it with you. But did your doctor say absolutely no travel?
Yes.
Because of what? Because of the blood clot itself? How? And by the way, how are you doing now, Doug? How are you doing now?
I have another ultrasound the end of the month to see if the medication is working.
Okay. And are they hoping medication is all you're going to need?
Probably for the rest of my life.
Hey, where is the blockage, Doug?
That's what I was going to say. There's different kinds of clots, and there's some that you may be able to travel with, and some
It's
that
not
are
a widowmaker, is it? Where is it?
Lower left leg, and it's not one, it's 4.
Wow. Oh, goodness gracious. Doug, how did you discover it? I'm curious. How did you discover it 4 days before the trip? How?
I had a discoloration in the lower leg, and my wife said, you better have that looked at. And being a Vietnam veteran, other stuff has popped up over the years, so I thought I'd go in. There's even some discussion that maybe the Agent Orange was the cause of this, too.
Yeah, well, certainly there's a plethora of possibilities here. I don't think... I'm just going to ask volunteers. Any of my deputies just want to call and see if they would make any kind of an adjustment. What about, did any of them offer you credit for a future trip?
No, we tried that. We tried rebooking, and they just kind of ignored us.
Well, you do understand 4 days. I mean, you do understand. I mean, you are asking for something special, right? You do understand that.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, I do understand. And I do expect a penalty, just not that large of a penalty.
Yeah.
We would have probably settled for, half of that amount. But
May I ask why you didn't buy travel insurance? Why?
Because we have traveled all over Europe and South America, everything, and I have never had travel insurance. This time, we needed it, of course.
What would it have cost? By the way, what would it have cost you in this case?
I didn't even look into it.
Yeah,
I don't know.
okay.
I didn't look into it. But let me just say this. We have traveled in the past with Rick Steves, an amazing company. When COVID came and we had to cancel a trip, we had the refund in less than a week.
Hey, Costco's the same way. Costco's great.
Yeah.
So, we have been burned, and guess what? We won't ever use a travel agent again.
Are you kidding? I would never blame them for this. I don't know how you can possibly hold this against them. Now, when you say Costco, Mark, without insurance?
Yeah, so ours, we had 3 weeks in Hawaii booked like in 21, and they gave us every penny back, airfare, hotel, everything.
Yeah.
I didn't buy insurance. I never buy insurance.
All right. Thank you, Doug and Jill. I'm really sorry. Christine, what if you can sum this up in a sentence? We're going to take your problem. You have an 07 Kia Sorento. Is it with the purchase of the car or service with the car or some other issue? What is it?
It's the service at the Kia dealership.
Okay, we're going to talk about the service at this Kia dealership, and also talk about your problems, questions, and complaints. Call us right now. You can get right in and get in before the long weekend so you don't have those things festering on your plate. 303 Martino.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 6:30
When are we starting this interview?
Denver.
Is that for who? What?
Traffic.
I have an interview
from the
coming
Superstar
up
Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Macy's Backstage.
They were still seeing delays.
Oh, good.
There's been an accident northbound at Alameda where the left two lanes have been blocked.
Right.
Traffic tied up all the way back to Colorado. It's a real heavy.
Yeah, this just says a 60, and that's all it's really blocked out for in the break.
from I-70 coming
No,
down.
I understand that. It's going to be an interview in content.
You're running a little slow from 225,
I'll do these and then figure it out.
Towards, it looks like 270 and 270 running heavy also. The rest of the freeway system is fairly light for us with traffic. I'm Jonathan Steele.
Macy's Backstage is a whole new floor inside your Macy's store. And right now, you'll find the latest summer styles all for under $25. With new arrivals every day, you never know what amazing deals you'll find. So don't wait. Find a location at Macy'sBackstage.com.
Countertops. You know what? They make or break a kitchen. The Art of Granite, they are 3 weeks away from getting you a brand new counter fully installed and finished. That's right. All you have to do is call them and get a price on the phone to see if you want to keep going. And they really mean a price on the phone. All you have to do is specify the material, any natural stone or man-made material, including, of course, granite, quartz, quartzite, marble. And what they do is a beautiful countertop. Wholesale on all materials. Tear out and haul away is always free. Call for your price. They're so proud. They give you prices on the phone. They don't care if you compare. They want to be put to the test. 303-386-5919. 303-386-5919. Right now, we talked about high interest debt. High interest debt is a roadblock to financial recovery and building. It is. It's a total roadblock. If you want to start investing and saving and all that, don't do it until you get the high interest debt off your plate, because that money is being wasted. American Financing has put together the Smart Equity Loan to consolidate that high interest debt. Get it paid for. Once you get this done in a Smart Equity Loan using only the equity to get that loan, you can then take your time paying it off or pay it off quicker, but you have breathing room. Your credit immediately improves and you have peace of mind and you save hundreds of dollars a month. Call American Financing for the Smart Equity Loan or a complete refi. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000. AmericanFinancing.net.
Fabulous.
I'll reply to him. Okay. Just say Mark's checking.
Okay. I got to figure out what's going on here, Suze.
So, Mark, when you drop that trailer with Bo in it.
With Bo in it? What are you talking about?
Well, that thing on Facebook and.
Oh, yeah.
So it showed up on my Facebook feed.
It should be everywhere. It's like 20,000 people, dude.
So how does it know, how does my Facebook know?
We know what you're thinking.
I said I targeted it towards old, ugly people.
All right.
I'm kidding, Tom.
Yeah, we know what you're thinking.
So I didn't get it then.
Hey, yeah, you should have got it twice.
I didn't get it.
Hey, Kelly, did you get Sue's email about
Suzanne,
American
check
Financing?
on Keanos, please. I don't see him. Kelly doesn't see him on the log. Did we move his dates? Check on Keanu for me.
I need Kelly
Chris
for
isn't
sure.
Answering.
She's just not talking into the mic. She's here.
She might be on vacation.
She needs to check her email from Suze, and we need to get American Financing on.
Yeah, Tammy was on a forklift in Georgia and had no...
Jesus Christ.
You guys need Georgia back on?
No, I mean, I need to get American Financing on, and Kelly needs to check her email.
Look at that, 100% of people, 100%, 100% agree she should no longer be able to check a bag. Thank you. Thank you,
Wait,
Facebook.
what did he just say?
You've saved me at least 45 minutes times 20 times a year. Thank you.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true. I have an alarm set at 11. No, but Casey, no, that's not exactly true. I was talking about Tammy and... Okay. Thank you.
Don't. I can make that fucking line ring all day long, but if she can't get him on the air, I don't know what to do.
Thank you.
Mark, what kind of cologne do you have on today? It smells good.
Funny. Mark doesn't know a lot, but what he does know, he knows the hell out of. You notice that?
Yes, you're right. That's a good way of putting it.
Yep.
It's one of those things you can't really go, yeah, that's very true. You're right.
I mean, they were already building
So Trump flies down to the Alligator Alcatraz
I
site.
fucking love it. I love it.
I've got that exact hat. That's my Gulf of America hat.
What is Alligator Alcatraz? What does that mean?
It's so they built. Well, they didn't build it. It was already there for hurricane-related shit. But it's a facility in the middle of the Everglades, surrounded by swamps and alligators. So if anyone escapes, he'll be killed by the alligators.
Oh my
DRHI.com.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. And we're taking your calls and your problems and your questions and complaints. Christine has an issue with a 2007 Kia Sorento. So, Christine, what's going on with you?
So I've been trying to get my car serviced at the
Now, when you say trying to get it serviced, explain to me, is this the place you bought it or just somewhere you went for service?
It's just somewhere I went to service because they actually took my warranty that was on the car.
And what kind of warranty do you have?
It's an Alpha.
Just one that you bought when you bought the car?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I just purchased it a year ago.
I got it. So anyway, what happened?
So I like take my cars to dealerships. I thought I could trust them. This has been an ongoing situation since November.
Okay, so start in the beginning. I want to know when the problem started. Okay. What's the name of the dealer?
It's the Emic Kia.
Okay.
Dealership.
Okay, Emic, is that on Colorado Boulevard?
Yes.
Okay. So what happened? You went in November for what?
I was hearing a noise from the back of my car and also a thump from when I was coming to a stop and when I would start accelerating.
Okay. And
so
what happened?
I brought it in there to see if they could figure out. They tried to diagnose it. They said it was a steering pump, my steering wheel, steering pump that was going out, and I didn't sound right, but I'm not a mechanic, so I wasn't sure. Left there, and also the day I left there, my AC wasn't working correctly.
How long did they have your car, Christine?
It's for the entire day. I dropped it off in the morning about 9 o'clock in the
And
morning.
when was this? How long ago was this?
At 6.
How long ago?
This was in November.
Okay, so there's a lot of time since November. What's been happening?
Yes. I've been bringing my car back repeatedly because when I got my car back the first time, my AC was not working after they had serviced it, and I went back and spoke to them to see what had happened because it was running perfectly. She stated that they weren't near any of the AC components, and I had to disagree.
Wait. So the November problems were one thing, and then you took it back when? Let's talk about timeline. Was it last year, or was it just a little while ago, or when?
Well, this was in. Sorry, I'm just trying to think of dates.
I don't need exact dates, but
February. Yeah.
But they're not connected. What I'm hearing is they're not connected. November, and then you said March. So you took it back in March. What was the problem in March?
Well, I wanted them to address the AC because they said that they were going to order a compressor for the parts. That's why it took a bit for me to get back in there.
So the AC wasn't working right in March. You took it in, and where do we stand today?
The AC is still not working correctly, and I still have that noise.
How much did you pay?
I made 12 trips down there.
How much did you pay?
This last trip that I took up there, I ended up having to pay the $400 for the Freon because they had taken all the Freon out of my car.
Yeah.
For the last trip, they when I went to go pick it up, they said that my car they replaced an ambient sensor, and my car was the AC was in running condition. And I says, it's actually working. He says, yeah. I go out to my car. My AC wasn't working at all.
So really, from March until now, they haven't fixed they haven't yet fixed the AC.
How much money do you have in it?
She said, I think.
I'm sorry?
He's asking how much money so far
Total.
have you paid EMIC for that AC problem?
Well, the $400 for the Freon to a different place because it was covered by the warranty, and that's why I wasn't able to go somewhere else. Because if somebody else
I understand. Did EMIC do in March when you took it back to Emmett for your AC not working? Did they get it working?
No, they have yet to get it working.
Okay, but you haven't been charged either because of your warranty.
Correct.
Okay, so now where does it stand today? Where is your car today?
Well, it's this AC still not functioning correctly, and
Okay.
I still
Have you ever thought, Christine? Have you ever thought of just taking it somewhere else? Since you don't have a lot of money in it with them, just take it to another place. Have you ever thought about that? Like we have a great place you could go to start, Sheridan Auto Tech. Great people. Have you ever thought of just going somewhere else and at least getting a fresh set of eyes on it?
Actually, I have. I went to 2 different Firestones. I went to Midas, and they said that 2 of them didn't have the correct tool because they said the noise happened to be a wheel bearing, and so they said that they didn't have the tool to be able to press it on there. And then the last Firestone I went to, they said no, it's not wheel bearing, it's a differential, and I felt like I was at square one. So that's why I went back to Key.
Christine, but we're still talking about the AC and all these problems.
Yes.
Here, it's a very simple question. What you did take it to some other places. Did they actually have your car in and give you an opinion?
Yes.
What did they say right now about your AC, the other places? What did they say was wrong with it?
They said that the wiring, the wiring was all looked good, but they said the clutch wasn't engaging as it should be.
Okay. I would suggest truly that you take it to Sheridan Auto Tech. They can do a free diagnostic up to a certain point.
Not with AC.
Okay, not with AC. So they can't give it an eyeball and give a, well...
No, they're going to have to do a leak down test. It's going to cost her whatever the Freon plus.
Okay,
yeah, it just doesn't work that way.
Let's find out from Kevin.
How about a different Chevy dealer or whatever it is? I mean, if Emmett can't fix a damn compressor or a clutch or Kia, I mean, if they can't fix it, bring it to a different dealer.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I've also had the leak tested 2 different times, and there was no leak in the.
Then it's probably the compressor's not working, meaning the clutch isn't engaging.
And that's what I think. Right. That's what I think she said, but she just can't get someone to fix it. Listen, Christine, and stop where you are. Okay, when you have this many problems and delays, and you don't keep going back to the same people. I tell this to people all the time. Don't keep going back. Now, some people have money invested, and they figure I want to get my money's worth, so they go back. I understand that to a degree, but also, though, you can go somewhere else. And
go to Arapahoe Kia. They're right off Arapahoe, and we don't get many complaints. I'm not saying they're golden, but, I mean, we don't get a lot.
Arapahoe Kia would be a good alternative, Mark. I was going to say that. Once in a while, we get some complaints about the sales process, but never about their service. Christine, that's really what we would recommend right now, rather than just trying to, beat up on this dealer and say, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? Sometimes it just comes down to a matter of competence. Just go somewhere where they can get you fixed up. And it just comes. Go ahead.
I just want my money back. I just want my money back for the Freon that they took out of my car that I had to go.
They're not going to do that. It doesn't work that way.
You're not going to get your money back for that. The fact that they tried to fix it and you need to charge your Freon, they're not going to pay you for that. I really don't think. How did you pay for your Freon? Did you do it on a credit card?
Yes.
You may want to contest it.
You paid them, though, right there at the counter, right? They put it in, read the chip.
Yes.
Yeah, you're going to have a hell of a time getting that back.
Really? Why, Mark?
Well, because she was there, she presented the card, and the proof she presented it is right there in the chip.
But I think the basis for the the basis for the credit card dispute.
I'll give you 100 to 1. I'll give you 100 to 1, and we'll go through the exercise.
You can still do a credit card dispute for bad service after the fact, even though, I mean, they will charge back if
they're
going
to say it's a warranty issue then.
They might.
Listen, I only did it for 10 years in the automotive business. I went through hundreds of disputes, and if the card went through, the card went through.
Yeah, but that's not true at all. When a charge goes through, it doesn't mean that you have no dispute rights. I mean,
the credit card company is there for basically fraud for the most part.
Right.
I'm not saying
that's right. That's right.
That's what they're there for. That's not fraud. That's a warranty issue.
Mark, what about poor service? I thought that if you didn't get what you paid for, not fraud, but just poor service, like the repair wasn't done properly, don't you think that would work?
Man, half the restaurants I eat at, I would freaking get freebies
Anyway,
on.
by the way, Dan McKenzie Law for wills and facing probate, avoiding probate, doing LLCs for your estate to bypass probate. He has so many ingenious ways of doing things, including, of course, your conventional trusts. You can trust McKenzie. Give him a call for a consultation. He's a one-man shop with many assistants. Why do I say that? Because he personally attends to your estate and your estate plan. 833-CO plans. 833-CO plans.
Thank you.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com.
Yeah, we're still seeing delays coming into downtown because of an accident northbound at Alameda where the left 2 lanes have been blocked up. We've got traffic tied up all the way back to Colorado. It's a real heavy-duty stop-and-go jam up coming through southbound.
How may I help you?
Is there a way to put another 30 in with Genesis? Having these two is really difficult. The traffic should never do that.
I'll have Mark talk to them too. Yeah,
It's fairly light.
I'll do a minute between them, okay?
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Excel Roofing is a place that you can go to with zero risk as a homeowner. Most roofers at the door make you sign a contract to even look at your roof. They don't call it a contract. They say it's authorization. Excel never makes you sign anything to check out your roof, to give you an estimate, to give you a full contract. And once you accept the contract, they don't charge a dime. They don't want your insurance check. There is zero risk, 100% satisfaction guaranteed. You don't pay a cent until you're content. Excel Roofing, where consumers are protected. I use them on my roofs. I've used them to replace my roofs. You should too. Excel as an excellent. EXCEL, excelroofing.com. 303-761-6400. 761-6400.
Is
at ruining your life? Did you know?
We just spoke to the new traffic department in the Himalayas.
Okay, good.
And they said they did not understand what the word roof meant.
Relief, the burden of rising inflation, and have a large portion of your debt wiped clean.
I sleep under the stars. Yeah, okay.
In credit card debt, a free 10-minute phone call could save you thousands.
Hey, speaking of which, the Dalai Lama is turning 90 on the 6th.
We're so sure that we can reduce your debt that we offer the Debt Blue Success Guarantee. We don't get paid unless your debt gets reduced or resolved, so there's absolutely no risk to call. For your free debt resolution plan, call 800-200-0788. That's 800-200-0788. The call is free.
10 away.
Consultation is free. The more you owe, the more you can save. Call now. 800-200-0788. 800-200-0788.
A full service company. I love saying that about Genesis Total Exteriors. They should just call it Genesis Total Home. You know, they do exteriors, of course, everything from the roof to the siding, gutters. They do windows, doors, decks, painting. Remember that, all of that. Plus, they can do the inside of your house, including kitchens, baths, basements. And they do it with honesty, integrity, and value. They even do mold detection and remediation and asbestos removal. You know, they know what they're doing on everything. And in an industry that is normally riddled with liars, cheats, and ripoffs. You need someone you can trust. You can trust Genesis for all of your projects. Genesis, TotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509.
You're awfully good at that.
Oh,
on my honeymoon, they gave us that room.
Yeah.
It was right next to a generator.
Nice.
Oh my God.
We would walk in and fall asleep. It was such a harmonic
Right.
sound. Boom.
Nice. The Diddy Suite and Epstein's Island, all in one cruise.
Mark, you did discuss the bill passing, right?
Yeah, I didn't. Not on air, but yeah. Now it's just got to go back to the House for them to change whatever they're going to change.
So wait a minute. So it went through already?
It'll be on the president's desk by the 4th. No one's going to fuck this up, dude. Unless they want to get.
Senate.
Have you gotten into the
Trump's
weeds
the
on it,
only
Mark?
president that can fire a senator.
Mark, have you gotten into the weeds on it?
No, because they changed it like 47 times last night. I can tell you this: no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, which should bring any hardworking America over the line on the next election by far. That's all they have to campaign on. The Democrats who pretend to do shit for the working class have not done shit but raise taxes and prices, and this guy just put a ton of money in their pocket. Think of a waitress over at Del Frisco's making $1.30 to $1.50 a year. She literally basically pays no taxes now. She'll pay taxes on what, $25,000 a year? And then with deductions, I don't even know how that works. She might literally not pay taxes.
Right. Wow.
Let's get Willie's
on. It takes them a while to implement that, you know.
Shotgun Willie's. Let's talk to them.
It could be after he's gone before that actually gets implemented. It'll take him a couple years to promulgate the rules and the paperwork and the documents and the flow that, you know.
Yeah, how it works. And then can I tip you for doing my driveway? That's where I'm going, baby.
I like that idea. Get your checkbook.
The cement truck shows up.
I take cash.
And you're like, oh, I owe you $10. Wink, wink. Let me give you a big tip for how well you
know
did.
That's going to be happening. Right. Because it won't be deductible from my perspective, you know, so I don't know. It'll take a while to implement.
I can tell you, hey, Tom, all our endorsements we charge for, people are just going to be tipping us in the future.
Hey, a little something for you.
Hey,
there,
I never thought of that. Hey, by the way,
I'm going to
how
live by
do
the
they
tip. Live by the tip, die by the tip. Yeah. That's what she said. Oh.
I like big tips, and I cannot lie.
Social Security back.
I had you pegged for a tip guy.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Shannon likes just the tip.
Nope.
It's the damnedest. I mean, you like what you like, and I'm not. I don't care about them.
You the man.
You take what you get, and you don't throw a fit. No, you take. What the hell do kids say?
Oh, here you go. Oh my gosh! My gosh. Go. The music died. Go.
I'm Tom Martino. Okay, 303-713-TALK. But I want to emphasize 303 Martino that you can call 24/7 and leave a message. And then we get you hooked up for the next show if you want to come on the air and tell your story. Tim wants to tell a story about travel. Man, there's, travel season, you can tell. So, Tim, what's happening? I'm Tom. What's going on with you?
Before American Savings Network, I went to a presentation with my lady and at the Embassy Suites in Colorado Springs, and I bought into this travel.
I know what you mean. There's all kinds of these networks that are supposed to be a concierge service and save you money. And do you buy points? How did you join? What was the nature of membership? Tell me that first, Tim.
The nature of membership was it sounded too good to be true, and I was stupid.
But how much did you have to pay?
$7,900.
$7,000.
Let's get on Finn.
Yeah, Tim is a return caller. We've been dealing with this. This is from Moments of Adventure and American Savings Network.
Now, wait a minute. So you called before.
That sounds fake.
You called before, Tim?
Yes, I did. And wanted to update you.
Okay, let me find your call, and thank you, Dimitri, for having such a spectacular memory.
Thanks.
Okay, so go with your story, brother. I'm listening.
Okay, I contacted Brad England from American Savings Network, and because I got his number, and basically he wanted to work with me as far as keeping me in the in the thing there, or keeping me in the plan. And I said,
was this
I
Club Solaris at one? No, never mind. Okay, keep going.
No, Moments of Adventure.
Moments of Adventure. Okay. So he wanted to keep you. What did he do? Anything?
Well, he turned around. He told me, because asked me if I wanted to go on vacation.
I found his call.
I do, but I canceled this. I want my money back.
Their companies. Okay, so this guy Brad is the contact that Deputy D contacted, Brad Aglin. When you contacted him, what did they say they were going to do for him?
Nothing. Neither Moments of Adventure nor American Savings Network ever responded to me. But because I CC'd Tim on all of my emails to them, which were at least 3, I would say, they got a hold, this Brad character got a hold of Tim, about a couple of weeks ago, and told him he'll work with Tim. And it sounds like Brad's been trying to sell Tim something else. Is that right, Tim?
So, Tim, what is the bottom line here? What are they doing?
The bottom line and stuff like that is they won't let me out of the contract that I had, as far as I'm a disabled vet, the contract that I canceled the day after when I talked to the person and I canceled.
Well, but wait a minute, you're supposed to get some time to cancel. I thought when you.
This isn't a timeshare.
It isn't a timeshare. It's a travel
club. I've never seen the contract because Tim threw it away.
Tim, do you have a copy of anything that you signed with them?
No, I don't.
You don't have anything at all from them.
It would be good to hear the latest, because Tim.
Yeah, I want to hear the latest. So hold on, and we'll come back and hear what they're offering now.
Thank you.
So I need to bone up on this. Here it is. It was a summer seminar. He wrote a check for $79.95.
I'd go on a tour at
Moments of
Alligator
Adventure,
fucking Alley there.
supposedly for a timeshare.
I wish I could go check it out.
He called it.
Take the airboat in.
Timeshare, but when I dug into it, I realized that's not a timeshare.
I saw it last night.
It's some kind
They
of
were building
service.
You're one of these bullshit ones.
Oh yeah, it's all crap.
Yeah, I saw a picture.
Do you know
on
good
this
ones?
Morning of it.
They looked,
Hey, Don Lou, that's how it is now. No one reports their cash tips. I can't imagine it would be that way, but maybe. No
Can
cash
you find
on,
anything
or no
about Moments of Adventure?
No tax on overtime's pretty badass.
They don't appear to be a real company. There's no address. I can't find any state registration.
They're in the middle
I
of
can't
a swamp.
find a
It's
phone
gonna be
number.
hotter than hell down
Can't
there.
find any of their email
Oh, they're working
addresses.
bugs.
They don't have what kind of a travel agency doesn't have a phone number?
That's on a good day in Florida.
On their website or anywhere else. But there's a.
What is American Savings Network?
That's the company that booked.
Yeah, the seminar.
And the check was made out to MOA, which is Moments of Adventure. So I'm really not sure about the relationship between these two companies. I haven't been able to figure that out at all. All we know is that the guy that Tim's been dealing with is with American Savings Network out of Las Vegas.
Should we bombard Brad with calls? You think that might help?
I think the guy doesn't give a fuck. I mean, these are crooks. I mean, they're not exactly out there to protect.
God damn this thing. I'm just so tired.
Let's see what Tim has to say. I have a feeling
Yeah.
you're trying to sell him something else.
Yeah, that's what I think.
That seems, if that's true on the no tax on tips, I mean, Don Lou, that's kind of nuts. I mean, what the fuck's the difference then? No one reports their cash tips. That's like reporting or collecting sales tax at a garage sale. You might supposed to do it, but no one does it.
Mark,
that would
the
be kind of
stripper
a
I
big
used to
fake
date
son
would
of a
make
bitch.
about $1,200 to $2,000 on a weekend at the Diamond, and she just reported minimum wage.
No, they're saying, what this guy's saying is he heard that the no tax on tips, so let's say it passes, it's going to pass. If it's a credit card tip or if it's not a cash tip, you still got to pay taxes. Well, that's crazy.
That's kind of weird.
I mean, when's the last time you used cash on a tip? I guess when I get off the shuttle, the parking spot shuttle going to the airport, I usually give them a $5.
I do it about maybe more than half of the time at restaurants.
You give cash?
Mm-hmm.
I just never have cash unless if I'm in Vegas.
Right.
Just never have cash.
Well, you should never give your credit card to the strip joint anyway.
Yeah, here, lady. That'd be funny if she had one of those. They have the thing to swipe it right on their thigh.
That's not her thigh.
That's not her thigh. There's no tax on overtime if they pay you in cash. But if they pay you by check or ACH, then they're going to tax overtime. Okay, that would be the phoniest baloney ever.
Yeah, this is the Stripper Relief Act of 2025. And she was a great girl. Really liked her. Her stage name was Summer Snow.
Oh, man.
Okay, your boss pays you for 30.
I lived with a girl that danced as well, and her stage name was Summer. It seems to be very common.
Summer Snow.
Yeah, we did a lot of snow.
But yeah, same girl, shortened name, right?
All of her friends called her.
I hear busy fingers typing.
That's it. Only Mark. 2 of them, and they're Mark's.
I upgraded to 2.
2 of them, I like that. So, I want to tell you something.
God, I just don't. Do you tip in cash? I just never have cash.
We have to purposefully get bills broken to just have tip money. My wife will get $100 in ones every now and again.
Just because?
Just for tipping.
Wow.
You know?
Well, you're never at the corral with me, and it's easier to do cash.
Yeah, you're right.
They pay going
only
in.
Hundreds.
I haven't gone to the
you
corral.
pay going in,
years.
and so you sit somewhere in someone's section. Now you got to slip them a pin.
Do they still have the chocolate fountain?
Yeah, but I can't do it, man. I'd lose another toe.
The chocolate fountain.
I want to stick my head in there.
I would dip bacon in it. getting our driveway extended
All right.
and
All
half
right,
of
Howard.
it redone.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Hey, welcome to the show. We love doing it. That's why I've done it for 45 years, still on the air. And Mark's been at my side for many of those years. And right now at the studio with John Fuller, personal injury attorney and all-around consumer advocate guru. So this hour brought to you by Fix It 24/7. Don't forget free second opinions. This is the season. They might say, you need a new air conditioner. You need a new this. You need a new that. They'll do free second opinions. No questions asked. No charge whatsoever. Just get a perspective. FixMyHome.com. Book now. 720-526-3939. By the way, we love doing this, Tim. We love helping people if we can. You have a terrible problem, though. And this was, in our opinion, an out-and-out ripoff. Now, Deputy D looked a lot into this. And he's saying, as far as he's concerned, you're dealing with just a bunch of crooks that have no real identity. You can never nail them down. And it was called Moments of Adventure. You went to a seminar. By the way, how'd you find out about this seminar in November of 2024?
Found out through a flyer in the mail to attend it.
Okay. Do you have that flyer by any chance? I'm even curious about that.
No, I don't have the flyer anymore.
Why did you go to it? Were you interested in a timeshare or in a vacation club?
Actually, I wanted to do some travel with my lady, but more so they offered 2 free flights on Southwest Airlines and a couple nights in the Hilton Hotel.
Did you ever get those? Did you ever get those freebies?
I finally got them just yesterday through Brad through an email. I got a thing. I printed out, but I had he acts like he wants to work with me now. But
how does he want to work with you? Did he reach out all of a sudden?
No, I reached out to him because we got his number, and I reached out to him, and I got his email address and everything, and he said that he wanted to work with me, and I got a direct line, and I said, I just want my money back. I canceled this.
What is the direct line? Is the direct line, does it end with 8709?
Yes.
Okay. And the email address you have is what?
That's Brad at AmericanSavingsNetwork.com.
Brad at AmericanSavingsNetwork.com. You know, it's encouraging, though. It's encouraging that he answered you. I want to ask a question, okay? Let's all examine this. You know, in my opinion, it's not worth anything. But you already joined. It looks like you're not going to get your money back. I mean, I guess you could try to sue them in small claims court if they have a registered agent. You know, Mark, when they don't have a registered agent, there's no way to take him to small claims court. Is that right?
Yeah, there is.
Yeah, you could go to either the house if you know who the person was. You mean if you literally can't serve them, or if they don't have a registered agent? What are you trying to say?
If they don't have a registered agent.
Yeah, long as you can serve someone, that person would still have to show up to court.
Okay, but what if they don't have anyone in the state? Doesn't it? See,
well, then you'd have to go to their venue and serve them there.
Okay.
Well, not necessarily.
We're talking small claims court.
John?
Well, even still, if you serve them, it's just that they can't defend a corporation in the state of Colorado, but they are subject to the jurisdiction. So if you can serve them and get them into court, but they can't come in there and represent that corporation because it's not a legal entity in Colorado.
Small claims court, they literally do it for a purpose. So I can't go sue someone in California and make them come here. I have to go into the county of the person I'm suing.
I don't I think we're talking about apples and oranges here, because
Possibly.
if somebody avails himself of the jurisdiction here in Colorado, the fact that they may be a corporation in California doesn't matter. As long as you serve them here and you catch them in this jurisdiction, you've got jurisdiction over them.
Oh, yeah.
In a court in Colorado.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
Okay, so here's the question, though. Have you ever, Tim, tried to just use the membership? You know, what I'm saying is, I know you didn't want it and you want your money back, but if you're stuck with it right now, have you ever used it? Have you ever tried to use it?
No, as a matter of fact, I did. He talked to me and he said, I'll work on getting your money back later, but how about we just get you doing some travel now?
Oh,
is that what he said to you? Is he trying to sell you now a trip?
Yes, basically.
Oh my.
Okay, so see,
that's
why.
I guess I don't understand what the American Savings Network is, Susan.
That's why the guy contacted you. He's not being a good egg. He contacted you because he figured, hey, the guy's a member. Now let's see if we can actually make him pay for a trip.
Is it like free things, or is it discount, or what kind of things is it?
What are we talking about?
It's supposed to be a discount.
So special
discount. I just forwarded this to Dimitri.
Tim, I want to ask you a question.
Yes.
What did he try to sell you?
Yes. Okay, I told him it's another trip to travel. To Myrtle Beach stuff, going to Myrtle Beach, and he wanted. I gave him some dates, and he gave me a price of that's a reduced price. He says.
How much?
But he wants. It was $450. It says it retails for $980.
And he said he would get you a trip to Myrtle Beach.
Yes, basically where I would, we would drive up there and have a place to stay for 4 days or whatever.
I would not put any more money in this. You didn't do it, did you?
No, I didn't. No, I didn't because I'm not that stupid anymore.
I hope not. I wouldn't spend another dime with these people. So really, then, what is the $7,900 for? If you have to pay for each and every trip, are they claiming that all of your trips are going to be discounted? Is that why?
That's what they're claiming.
And so was the trip to Myrtle Beach for $450? Was that all inclusive, or was that just the first part? How much was the trip going to cost you in all?
All right, thanks. Bye.
All he's got on the email. I forwarded these emails to Dimitri.
So it took me. Listen, guys, just wait a minute. So all this, we can't get them. I just decided to call the number that's literally on the website, America's Savings Network, and a gal picked up, and she's going to call me back with the next one that's here in Colorado and what hotel, and we can go down and talk to him in person for that matter.
Good. We'll do the old-fashioned attendance you used to do, Mark, where you raise your hand and ask a question.
These are the best ones, man. These guys, hopefully they fill up the embassy suites where they got the free cocktail hour, and then basically you walk in the middle of it, and you just warn everybody they're a bunch of crooks.
Go back and search our YouTube channel. You'll see Mark on some of these. They're really cool. Hey, listen.
Or you may decide to buy in.
Yeah.
Or you have the free cocktails, and
that's right.
Next thing you know, you're a member.
But here's what I want to know. Brad, on this recent trip to Myrtle Beach, what were you getting for $450? Was that just the airfare, or what was that, the $450?
Oh, it says oceanfront jacuzzi suite for $450.
For an oceanfront room for how many nights?
8 through the 12, so 4 nights.
And
4 nights for $450?
Did they say that's all? Did they say that's all you had to pay?
No, this says retail price $980, but I'm not sure about taxes.
Okay, so what they're showing that what they're trying to show him, because the heat's turned up a little, is that he's getting discounts.
Yeah, I'm looking at the email right now. So,
and what does it say, D?
It says Sandy Beach Oceanfront Resort Jacuzzi Suite, $450, retail price $980. It doesn't say if it's for the entire 5 days or if that's per night.
Here's one I'm looking at on their website. It's in Florida. It's in the Everglades, and it's called Alligator Alcatraz, and it's 100% free if you're here illegally.
Look, this doesn't include
wait a sec.
Airfare. This doesn't include anything.
Let's get right down. Let's get right down to the heart of the matter. Can we help Tim?
No.
No, because you made too many mistakes. You just dealt with the devil.
Make another one. Here's an
email.
No,
but when these guys are in town, wherever at the Hilton, then we can all go visit them.
We can follow that one up. I'm going to mark that when they're in town.
England sent him an email yesterday. He says, "Hey, I just need your payment information. Please give us a call." And then he puts in his phone number. So he wants to get paid for this hotel and presumably airfare and whatever else he's going to sell to him. Brad is a.
Yeah. By the way, here's what I think people should do. You should call Brad and let him know we have his number, and let him know we're not going to let anybody else fall for it again. Be nice. Don't be vulgar. And it's 702-472-8709.
Wait. Let me give you the number where people answer.
Okay.
702-660-0725.
Okay.
But you don't want to burn your.
Yeah, they're going to be calling me back. Yeah, it's
you don't want to mess up your chance here. You know.
Now, if you want to email Brad,
if
you want to email Brad and let him know that we know about their scam, that scam is my word, not theirs. Brad at AmericanSavingsNetwork.com. Just say, we heard about you on the Tom Martino Show, and then put down 303 Martino in parentheses. And they are talking about a man who paid $7,900 for nothing. Now, it's Brad at AmericanSavingsNetwork.com.
That was it.
It's Henry Bretz with Excel Roofing. If your home was in a hail or windstorm, you should call Excel Roofing first. We'll let you know if you have damage and if you should file a claim. 303-761-6400. Excel is Martino's favorite roofer. Honest inspections, no cancellation fees. You don't pay a cent until you're content. 303-761-6400. ExcelRoofing.com.
We're on top of it.
AmericanFinancing.net. That is the name of the company and the website for the Smart Equity Loan. What I'm telling you right now is that American Financing truly is the place to go to get rid of that high interest debt. They can set you up with a portion of your equity used to pay off that high interest debt. Then you get regular payments that are much lower than all the others. Your credit improves immediately. You save hundreds of dollars a month. Get on the road to financial freedom. Get the Smart Equity Loan. It's very, very important. High interest debt is nothing but a waste. I tell people, don't try to save or invest when you're paying high interest debt. Get rid of that first. That pays you back immediately. So call them, 303-695-7000. They can also talk to you about full refis if you need to pull cash out. They have great customer service and great rates, and they deal directly with you. 303-695-7000, AmericanFinancing.net.
NMLS 1823.
Awesome.
I was behind. Why did they call Trump taco? What was that?
Trump always chickens out.
Yeah.
It's an acronym.
From the tariff. He'd say, I'm going to give you a 50% tariff.
Yeah. So they started saying Trump always chickens out.
He didn't say that on Mexico last time. He said, we're done.
Yeah. And then he showed him with the big taco salad.
Yeah, I saw that.
I love before the election. The trash truck was the best, and the McDonald's the best.
Yes. Oh, yeah. The trash truck was just absolutely classic.
It was perfect. He pulls up waving out the side of that trash truck.
That truly was just masterful.
You got to give him, man, the art of the deal.
The next book has got to be The Art of the Troll, you know?
The Art of the Troll, that's fun.
I would read that one.
I would too, man, because he can. He's the best.
I could see him on it.
That's what he's doing with this entire thing in Florida. I mean,
absolutely.
Put him on a Secret Service Evergate, with the fan behind him.
Listen, they're like, oh, you haven't done the environmental protection studies on it. It's like we did them before we built the thing. It's just sitting there empty. You know?
We built 8 years ago.
It's been... There's nothing to build. We've already built it. You know?
should have just said, we got by the red tape. Just totally fuck with them. It's funny. People like my parents, they get so uproared when he gets them. And I'm like, don't you see? He's just goading you. Like, literally, that's what he's doing.
If they have medical problems, everyone else has to kowtow to him.
I don't do that.
No kowtowing
Tell
here.
somebody in a wheelchair, get up, kick my ass, shut up. What do
Get
you
out
got?
of my seat.
I don't.
Caroline says, if you doubt the president when it comes to the taking out the nuclear facilities, she's saying it right now live. She goes, you doubt the president? Go to Iran and check for yourself. Aren't you guys getting sick of winning? I mean, really, it's getting to the point where I just don't even know what to do anymore.
I'm a little worried about New York, but other than that, we'll see how that goes.
There's no way that New York will elect that idiot. There's just
we need
no
Eric
way.
Adams back in there.
He's running.
Yeah,
He's on the ballot as a write-in.
I think the other guy is too.
I don't know that he's a write-in as much as he's just on the ballot as an independent.
Oh, independent. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. But he is on the ballot for sure. So I think calmer minds will prevail. There's no way. I mean, you have a million. Just if nothing else, you have a million Jews in New York. A million of them. That guy couldn't be any more anti-Semitic if he tried to be, and those guys vote. You know.
Yeah.
But they feel bad about what they've done.
Think of all the people that own the little stores here, too. Government grocery store? What the fuck is that?
Right.
It's like in North Korea where they have the fake one.
Bodega.
Take what you need.
The fake one for when they get off the plane. It looks like everybody's happy in North Korea.
Remember that, Mark? That,
oh, my
they
God.
had
That was the
cardboard
funniest.
cutouts.
They had fresh fruit up front, and the rest of the store was nothing.
Right.
Government grocery stores. I swear I've never heard of one.
Very popular in Cuba.
Yeah, I bet. I love how people think socialism works. That's what's amazing. It's never worked anywhere.
Quote Bernie, it just hasn't been done correctly yet.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
This isn't socialism. It's democratic socialism.
Yeah.
Next time it's going to be fantastic.
Yeah. Government grocery
It's
store.
funny, all the Dems are like, well, I'm not exactly endorsing him.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-8255. Drew, welcome to the show. Is this Drew or just Drew? Hello?
No, Drew.
Oh, did he hang up?
Yeah, nobody's there.
Drew? Was it the Drew that calls often, or was it another Drew?
Well, let's put it this way. It says he got hurt in Home Depot. What are the chances it's a different Drew?
No, not just hurt. Almost killed in Home Depot.
Almost killed.
Big difference.
I digress.
Yeah.
But Kelly, was this the Drew that calls often or regularly?
She's on the other line.
Drew from New Jersey.
Was it? How do we know? Was it Drew from New Jersey?
It is. I'm sure. And he's up right now. I don't know why he's playing. I don't know why
Drew?
he's being so coy.
Are you there, Drew? Anyway,
maybe he ran out of minutes.
Let's
or maybe Home Depot finally.
Let's try to reestablish that contact. And then Tim, there's nothing we can do about Tim.
Almost killed by Home Depot.
Tim, we can't. All we're going to tell you is don't increase your losses by buying other stuff from them. I mean, we got to just on some of these just tell people the truth.
Oh, okay.
We can't help you. You made a big mistake. You made a big mistake.
Don't throw good money after bad, Drew. I mean, Tim.
By the way, speaking of all of the things we talk about, I have Casey with me now from American Financing.
Come on.
And Casey, are you there?
Yes, sir.
Casey, can you tell me what you do at AmericanFinancing.net, please? I'm well familiar with all of the team members. I have not had the pleasure of meeting you yet.
Yes, I'm the general manager of sales.
Now, Casey, the reason I have you on is there's never been a weirder time when it comes to, smart equity loans or equity loans, consolidation loans, and refinancing. The message a lot of people have is don't bother, it's too expensive. And some people have found out, well, it's not too expensive when you consider what you're paying with credit cards. What is your message to people right now with high, let's take different categories, people with high interest debt?
Yeah, that's a lot of people that we're helping is like you mentioned, the credit cards. Credit cards across the country are at all times highs just with the economy that we're in right now. And yeah, the interest rates on mortgages right now are higher than they were a few years ago, but historically they're still in a pretty good spot and a whole lot lower than the 20+% that you're probably paying on a credit card. There's a lot of people that we're helping get out of that credit card debt right now. I'm using their biggest financial tool, which is their house. And saving on average about $800 a month.
So they're saving a ton of money every month. And then if they choose to, when they take out that smart equity loan, they can pay that off quicker than the regular payments as well if they want. But they have the choice. They can have breathing room or they can pay it off quicker. It's up to them. But doesn't their credit improve immediately?
In most cases, yes. So your credit scores, derive from a lot of different things. But one thing that does impact it a lot is your credit utilization. So when you have a credit card that's maxed out, it's impacting your credit a lot, negatively, obviously. So paying that off, opening up that line with your equity from a smart equity loan will free up that line of credit, which will then in turn, help out your credit score usually.
So in essence, when we're talking about refining, we're talking about two different kinds in my mind. First, the smart equity loan where you take just enough to get out of that high interest debt and debt that has accumulated. And the second is where you refi the whole house, the whole mortgage. When would it be apropos to do the whole mortgage?
That's what we do here at American Financing. We have a team of mortgage consultants that will do a credit or a mortgage review of you. For some people, it makes sense to stick with your current mortgage and pull out that smart equity HE loan or second line or whatever you want to call it. And sometimes it makes more sense as a refinance. You just have to take a look at the whole picture together. It's going to take into account what your rate is on your current mortgage. If you got one of those super low interest rates a few years back, maybe it makes more sense as a smart equity loan. But at the same time, if you don't have the lowest rate or if you have a balance on your current mortgage that's not that high compared to what you would be taking out to pay off their credit cards, sometimes the refinance as a whole makes sense. And that's what we always do. We always take a look at the whole picture and, weigh the pros and the cons of each and see what makes most sense for each particular person.
And there is something that is very tricky, but it's really something people should look at. And it's a blended rate. I'm going to try to explain it. You can take a shot at it. But the blended rate means that let's just say you have a low rate mortgage right now. Let's say you have a 4% mortgage. And that's a good rate. But you have a lot of high interest debt. And then let's say you have other debt, or maybe you have deferred maintenance on your house or whatever, and you're deciding what to do. Let's say you decide to refi the entire loan and pull some cash out for some deferred maintenance, pay off the high interest debt. Now you have a new loan. The new loan, even though might seem higher, obviously it'll be higher than 4% right now, but it may be lower. The new rate might be lower than what you're paying now in what's called a blended rate. And a blended rate is kind of all of the interest you're paying on a monthly basis. It takes into consideration your low mortgage, but also high credit card and other bills. And sometimes people end up, if they listen to you guys and you do the math, they end up actually, even though the house mortgage is higher, their overall blended rate on all of their debt is lower. How do you get that concept across?
I mean, I think you explained it pretty well there. That's exactly what it is. And that's what I was alluding to before when I said we'll take a look at all the different scenarios is where does that blended rate come in at? There's a bunch of different online calculators where you just simply type in your balance, the current interest rate for all your different things. It calculates and then tell you what your blended rate is. And with your high interest credit card debt, or even if you take out a personal loan that you're seeing a lot of people have these days, those are very high interest rates. So when you put those into a blended calculator, even if you have those amazingly low interest rates from a few years back on your mortgage,
right,
when you're looking at the blended overall picture, it's going to be a much higher number than you could get right now on a mortgage typically.
Because what we're looking at is the total outlay of interest, which is really doesn't go to build any wealth whatsoever. So obviously with interest, which is really your renting of the money, your use of the money, you want it to be as low as possible because it's not building any wealth. It's simply maintaining the debt. And that's something people really need to know. Casey, I've seen people that have a lot of equity on their home, but they're afraid to touch it because of the higher second rates. But typically, what have you seen in real cases where people have finally given in and consolidated? Do you have any examples of savings?
We do it. We calculate that and keep track of what we have as a whole. And on average right now, when you're taking the people that are doing the debt consolidation, like I said, that's on average about $800 a month. Some are higher, some are lower. Obviously, that's how averages work. But on average, right now, people are saving about $800 and they're consolidating all together.
Now, this is something maybe American Financing you don't talk about directly, but I can talk about it, and that is when you get approved at American Financing for a certain amount, you're able, like if it's a line of credit, for example, or a second, just a straight second. Sometimes people are better off, instead of just paying off every single balance, negotiating some of those balances. Because if you're a little behind on the eight ball, you've accumulated a little much, and you call a credit card issuer or you call them, they will sometimes settle for less than 100%. Have you experienced that where people use the money they get from American Financing's smart equity loan or loan to negotiate settlements?
Like you said, that's outside of our realm. That's not something we could help facilitate for you. But yes, I have had borrowers that have taken that money, use it to their advantage. Cash is king. So when you have that lump sum, saying here, what are you willing to work with?
Exactly. I was working. The reason I brought that up, I was working with an attorney who does that. Mike Wink is one of them that does it on our referral list, and he said, if you get yourself a line of credit or a second, or if you have, and we were trying to help this young woman, and you have the money available, and I know it's available, I can then go out and make settlements with people. And since it's after you get the mortgage, it doesn't affect your credit. You already got the mortgage, and there's nothing wrong with negotiating settlements. But having the strength of the money, and you have that pot of money, gives you the strength to negotiate settlements. And again, these are people, we're talking about people, Casey, with a lot of debt. Now, you deal with people in all walks of life with a lot of debt and some that have just accumulated a certain amount. What have you gone back and looked at what the average is for high interest debt these days with people in your customer base?
Like you said, it's all over the place. And I mean, credit. If you're talking about the interest rates on credit cards, they're pretty high right now, as everybody knows. But there's people that have it's all over the place. Some people have $10,000 in credit card debt. There's people that have $100,000 plus. So there's all different types out there, and it's not just debt too. There are people that want to put a swimming pool in their backyard, want to finish their basement. Right. There's a bunch of different people that are looking at stuff for whole different reasons. Yes, the debt is is a huge piece right now, just because, again, of the economy that we're in. But there are people that are doing all right, don't have the debt, that are still looking to access the money for different reasons as well.
All right, we have more on this, and any of your questions you have. I had a couple people text me while I'm talking to you. This is Casey, from the GM of Sales at AmericanFinancing.net. And Casey, I'm sorry I didn't attempt your last name. Can you pronounce it for me?
Yes, Casey Schwarzkopf.
Schwarzkopf. Oh, that's not bad. We have more. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Done.
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by YRefi.com.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape right now. I-25 northbound coming up into the area around 6th Avenue up towards Colfax. This is northbound and southbound. Just a little on the busy side. Just volume kind of left over from some earlier problems, including a crash northbound at Alameda. 270s running real heavy coming off I-70 west up through Vasquez. Both directions are a little sluggish there out of Commerce City. And we're seeing a little bit of traffic on I-70 west from 225 all the way back to I-25. Along the foothills, Highway 93 southbound tied up with construction at Highway 72. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Is private student loan debt ruining your life? It doesn't have to. YRefi refinances private student loans that others won't touch, and they don't care what your credit score is. Just go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
You know, one of the things we're talking about with American Financing is real estate and equity in a house. And if you have real estate issues at all, if you're buying a house, if you're buying a rental, if you're a landlord trying to come up with leases to deal with the new laws in Denver and Colorado, consult O'Brien Legal Services. That's right. When it comes to real estate, he's a complete real estate firm that can help you. Brad O'Brien and his team, O'Brien Legal Services, which is olslaw.com, 720-370-7388.
Great. Fabulous. Hey, Tom, trivia question.
Yeah.
Are we keeping Casey for how much longer?
Well, it was booked for 30 minutes.
We did. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you.
No, this is a big favor. Come on.
Yep. This is right from Gabby.
But I might take a call and just tell him I might take a call in between. No?
Wouldn't. I don't know. You have Drew back, but that would certainly.
Hey, don't forget, people wrap up their. Even there's a lot of people out there now, Tom, with 15 to 22% on cars as well.
Oh, really? Yeah, that's
which is insane. The buy here, pay here's.
Yeah.
And not to tell you guys what to do, but it'd probably be better to finish with Casey and then go.
Yeah, just finish it up. You're right. You're right.
Casey's holding.
Hey, there's a reason you're on that side of the glass. Tell him, Tom.
Right. I don't effing kill you. That's why I'm over here.
That sounds like the voice of reason, and
God, you give douches.
We want Drew. We want Drew.
All right, you anti-Semite.
No, tell Drew. John's doing the show Monday.
You're saying Drew.
He can. We'll let him co-host with John remotely by phone.
That
him and Drew.
Awesome.
4 hours.
Yes. I love
Anybody can call up, ask a question. Drew will answer it. Then John will chime in.
And then we'll just unplug the show, and we'll all be done, retired.
Hey, John, I'll be there with you on Monday. You okay with that?
Yes, sir. Awesome. You can be my Drew, filter.
Almost got killed by Lowe's Hardware.
Hey, it happens.
Hey, Lowe's, Home Depot. But that's kind of like medical malpractice. I could have died.
Hey, Drew, are you going to hang on this time?
You would have had an awesome case.
Are you going to hold on?
What are you guys going to focus on? Call up with your favorite bowel movement?
Oh, I can't phone number 2 anymore.
All right, hold on.
What?
I better call him back.
Okay, Drew, let's do this then. I'm not going to... You've got precious time. We got precious time. I want you to call back at 12:05, and we'll go right to you, okay?
Yeah, okay.
It's 11:40
Drew off
here,
for a minute.
So basically you're going to call
Hey,
at
Tom,
5 after
here's a
the
great
top,
question
5
for
after the
Casey.
hour.
205.
Casey, did you know you're working in an old Fuddruckers?
Bye.
Oh, is that the store?
Yeah, we'll help you
remember
with the
that
Home
on
Depot
Parker?
thing.
Yeah.
I love Fuddruckers.
Trust me, I know it's true.
What are you
Hold on.
saying?
Bye.
Scott?
They're not around anymore, right?
No matter what, I know this. Whatever happened at Home Depot is true.
Oh, of course it is.
Kelly,
now there's Drew posters up on every entrance.
Hey, Drew.
Not allowed.
Hey, listen, I want you to call John Fuller. Yep. 303-597-4500. Any time of day, night, doesn't matter. 303-597-4500.
He prefers after 9 o'clock at night.
So John's got opposite hours of the rest of us.
Got a lot of free
He
time
usually
in the
wakes
evening.
up around 10
2 in the
p.m.
morning.
All right, bye.
He's usually just in a
I got you
smoking
handled,
shack at a
bro.
plain lotion,
Yeah,
but
thank
give him a
you.
call.
But don't forget, I have your cell number too.
If I picked up the phone at 2 a.m. and heard Drew's voice, I
Definitely
assure
not my
you I'll
cup
be
of tea,
calling
but your
John
number
Fuller
could go up in a
immediately
gay
after.
bathroom somewhere, gay bar bathroom. Are there any good? No, there probably are. I don't need to ask.
He goes, I said, what happened at Home Depot? He goes, well, first I want you to know it's all true.
Of course it is.
John, does that work in court if somebody says that before they're sworn in?
Well, yeah, it's like, now I'm not lying here, okay? I wouldn't lie to you.
No
Judge.
matter what you think, everything
Honor,
I tell you is true.
Your Honor, now let me just tell you now, I ain't
Here we
lying
go.
about this, okay?
2449 RedRocksRS.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. We're talking to Casey Schwarzkopf with, he's the general manager over at sales at American Financing. I've been doing a lot of advertising for American Financing because when we first started talking, and I talked to Ryan and over there, and we said, you know, there's never been a more confusing time in the mortgage business. I mean, some people just say, oh, you can't get a mortgage, it's too expensive. What they don't understand is you can still use the equity in your home to get out of high interest debt. And when you get that portion of your equity to pay off that high interest debt, you're immediately making money because when you get rid of 14% debt, and what am I saying 14? Some of it's up to 20 to 24%. When you get rid of 24% debt, and let's say you substitute it with a 6% debt or a 7% debt, you're saving that 17 or 18% a month. You're saving it. That's truly not money going out of the spigot. So you're saving the money. The same with home improvements. You know, if you go to a vendor that is offering 15 and 16% on these, you know, buy here, pay here, that's not necessarily a good deal. You can put those home improvements into home equity. So, Casey, basically, the store's still open. People still need to get loans. So I have this one here. Someone wants to know what kind of credit do they need for a smart equity loan?
We offer all different types of programs. Like I said, we would take a look at it to see exactly what makes most sense in your situations. We do have programs that go down as low as a 500 credit score.
See, that's incredible. Now, obviously, you have to match the program with your situation. But here's the important thing. If they do approve you at American Financing and you're in the loan and start making your payments, your credit will go up. I have a text here from someone who said they got a smart equity loan. They paid off $12,000 in debt. And because they weren't making those minimum payments and saving money, they started paying extra. And they're almost done now, completely out of credit card debt in a little over a year, Casey. And it would have taken them what? It would have taken them maybe 10 years if they were doing minimum payments.
Probably even longer than that. And then, yeah, when we're talking about the monthly savings, those are minimum payments. And as you know, minimum payments on credit cards barely touch the principal. Most of that just goes to interest. So yeah, even if you just continue with the same payments against the equity loan versus the credit card, you're going to have it paid off tremendously faster.
And someone wants to know about as far as loan costs, can any of them be built into the loan?
Yes, absolutely. American Financing, we're one of the few lenders out there that do try to include every single cost inside of the loan, even the appraisal. I know most people are.
Are you still there, Casey? I'm sorry. I think you dropped out there. Is he still there? Casey? I think something got disconnected there. So let's try to...
lost him.
Okay, we'll reconnect during this break. And
let's go to one real quick.
James, you have an issue with a car injury, with an injury in a car accident. We have John Fuller with us. What's the issue, man?
Well, I don't know. I may have screwed myself because I was going north on 25, and the guy ran into the back of me at about 20 miles an hour. We pulled over. I took a picture of his license. He said I had to take a picture of his insurance company's card. He couldn't reach his insurance company. And I took a picture of his license plate, and it expired May 2024. And this was last Thursday. And he had to go, he said, and I...
Okay, we're going to talk about this. Hold on, because you may have a big problem on your hands. I'm Tom Martino.
Yeah.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Aleve.
Yeah, we're in pretty good shape right now. I-25 northbound coming up into the area around 6th Avenue up towards Colfax. This is northbound and southbound. Just a little on the busy side. Just volume kind of left over from some earlier problems, including a crash northbound at Alameda. 270 is running real heavy coming off I-70 west up to Vasquez. Both directions are a little sluggish there out of Commerce City. And we're seeing a little bit of traffic on I-70 west from 225 all the way back to I-25. Along the foothills, Highway 93 southbound tied up with construction at Highway 72. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches and pains hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Vestera Turnkey is a system where you become a landlord using their guidance. It is guidance. It's almost like a nanny holding your hand, telling you where to buy and when to buy, how to manage. In fact, they have a management company for you. And then you rent out these homes and sell them when the selling is good. They've pre-selected these markets based on extreme research, and they can help you become a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles and enjoy the profits. Vestera Turnkey, July 19th, we're having a seminar, and I'm going to be there on how to do this. So that's July 19th, and that's mybiggestruturn.com. Sign up for that in the DTC area, mybiggestruturn.com, and I'll be there. Now, why am I there? Because I have Wave 8 Financial Management, Wave 8 Wealth Management. Wave 8 Wealth Management is my company. We're made up of advisors who literally directly hands-on do advisement for our clients. We're not middlemen. We're unlike 98% of the advisors. One of the things we can do also is help you invest qualified money in your IRA, 401k, and your pension. No other place really does this. We specialize in helping you invest that money through a qualified trustee so you can unlock the power of your retirement plan. If you're interested in this and other financial advisement, why don't you give us a call at 303-771-HELP, 771-4357. That's 303-771-HELP. Or go to wave8capital.com, the number 8, wave8capital.com. Sheridan Auto Tech. I love this guy. When you have a used car you want to buy, they do pre-buy inspections. Just $120. You get 2 hours of a complete top to bottom evaluation of that car. They also do regular repair and maintenance, including electrical on all cars, trucks, SUVs, and vans. 303-455-7242 on Colfax, west of Wadsworth. Honesty, integrity, value, longevity, everything you want in an auto repair facility. 303-455-7242.
Very nice, Tom.
Thank you. Okay.
Hey, does the governor of Maine do coke? It looks like she does.
Maine?
Yeah.
I think so.
Why wouldn't you, right? If you're the governor of Maine.
She is that. You remember the psycho at the governor's meeting that was like, I'll see you in court, she says to Trump. Remember?
Yeah.
You don't want men to play in women's sports. I'll see you in court. Big fan of Ted, the movie. Come on, stop saying that. They're not chicks with dicks. They're guys with tits.
You know, this actually says in the 90s, the DEA went after her
Yeah.
for doing cocaine. They investigated Mills.
All right, that's fine.
That's great. The governor of Maine.
Holy crap. I was almost like DeLorean
in the
80s.
90s.
Then again, I'm not a governor.
I'm telling you.
Nobody did cocaine in the 90s.
No.
They hadn't even invented it by then.
Hell no. Not Chris Farley, nobody.
No. That's just a big fat lie.
Speedballing. I never did get that, though. People that, like, shoot up heroin or some shit, then start doing lines of coke, that's got to fuck your body up.
Kind of funny. I spent my life trying to avoid intravenous drugs, and now I shoot insulin.
What do you think about
dumbass.
What'd you say?
Yes,
I said, what do you
imagine
think about the guy from New York? He really talks well.
Oh my God.
I don't care how well he talks.
What I wanted to
what
tell
he
you-
says
Well,
is
I know
the problem,
that, but I
you
mean-
know? Listen, you appeal
Free
to a group
buses,
of people with,
free groceries.
with free everything. It's as far back as Obama. I mean, really, even before that, it's what are you going to give me? That's been the
He wants to
prerogative of
legalize
the low
sex
information
workers. Is that
voters.
going to be free, too?
And what are you going to give me? Free everything. What do you need?
Free hookers.
Free hookers? Blow?
I'd vote for him if
We're
I got
good.
a handy.
Free blow.
Handy. Just one or like regularly?
I mean, it's been...
So it's
a
what are
minute.
you going to do for me? There shouldn't even be billionaires. I mean, come on. That's speaking to a certain class of people. You just alienated everybody who has any assets in the world and says there's nothing wrong with actually succeeding in this world and making money. Why would this guy say that it should be illegal for me to even succeed in this world? You know, I'll never be a billionaire in this world, but I'd sure like to be one. I'm not going to fault those who are.
Hell no.
You know?
I guess I was just saying, in comparison to that Jolette or what, the black representative that is all the face of the Democratic Party now, they call her.
Oh, the girl from Texas.
Is that
Juanita Jackson?
No, it's not Juanita. It's
Close enough.
It could be no.
I kind of like her.
What's her name?
Paulette, isn't there
Who's
like
Jackson from Texas, Kelly?
Hey, Tom, finish up with American
Jasmine?
coming back.
All right, man.
Jasmine Crockett.
Here we go.
Yeah, I mean, we are making.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Casey Schwarzkopf with us from American Financing. And somebody wanted to know about the, Casey, the application process, okay? How do they get started? What do they expect? Is it online? Do they have to go in? Walk us through the process.
You can either go to our website at americanfinancing.net or give us a call. Main number here is 303-695-7000. We'll walk you through it. It takes about 10 minutes on an initial phone call for us to get your information, kind of get your goals in mind. And then we run different scenarios for you. You're more than welcome to come into our office here in Aurora if you would like, but at the same time, we do the majority of it online. Most of our customers just prefer to keep it that way. We can do pretty much everything except for the closing fully remote.
So let me get this straight. If I go to americanfinancing.net, I can actually start and complete an application.
You could put your initial information online. What it'll do is it'll queue up, and we'll give you a call and gathered the rest of the information for
I
you.
actually like that better. I actually like that better. So I go online, start the application process, and a counselor from American Financing will then call me and help me finish it.
Yep, absolutely.
And the whole process will take about 10 minutes, a few minutes online by yourself maybe, and then by the time you get to a rep, it's about 10 minutes. Then once the application is complete, how long does it take to get approval or denial?
Every scenario is different, depending on the credit, the income, all that kind of stuff. It takes different amounts, but we can do once you do that first initial call, get on that information. You give us a couple hours, we can work up the different scenarios for you. Go over those with you online, let you know what everything looks like, and then at that point, once we're ready to move forward, we gather your documents and get your file into processing to work towards the actual approval. But again, we can get you numbers same day within a few hours.
So really, within a few hours, the bulk of the work is done, and then you get your official approval. Then what? What does closing look like?
Closing is done. There are some documents that have to be signed in person. So there is a closing that takes place in person. Usually, again, up to the customer and what they want. But we can come out to your house. It's just a notary that comes up, gets everything signed for you. Once everything's signed, you have a 3-day time period until we can fund the loan, and then the loan funds after that. That's when you get your cash to do whatever you want.
And Casey, according to this one that texted me, said they literally never left the house. They went online. They talked to American Financing. They were given approval the next day. They had a notary out to their house within a week. Literally comes to their house in 15 minutes, had it done.
Yeah, we make the process super simple. We are able to electronically sign a lot of the closing documents. So before that person even gets to your house, the majority of the documents are signed. They just sat down and signed a few that need to be signed in person. Super simple, short process, and then you can get your cash that you need there.
Someone wants to know, do you make the disbursements to credit cards, or do you leave it in a line of credit for the consumer to deal with? How does that work when you're taking it out specifically to pay off high interest credit?
Everybody's scenario is different. If you can qualify with just getting the lump sum, we'll make it simple for you, give you the lump sum, and you can pay it off. Some people do need to pay off some of the debt to qualify. And if it's one of those scenarios where you do need to pay it down to qualify, then we would get the money made out directly to those creditors to be paid directly.
Okay, so that's Casey Schwarzkopf from AmericanFinancing.net. Give them a call and get in on this and start wealth building. 303-695-7000, 303-695-7000, AmericanFinancing.net.
Are you thinking?
Thanks.
I was just giving Casey a lick for you.
Now I want Drew. I want Drew. I want him more than I can tell you.
He's calling in a finish up with James, and then we'll hit then Drew. I told Drew to call back in.
All right. I'll be right back. Okay, so
just for EV vehicles, and it charges while you're driving in that one specific lane.
How long is it? It's Norway?
Yeah, I think I read that too.
Get a full charge in 700 miles.
You don't have to
Oh,
go
that's pretty cool.
home, but you can't stay.
Have you seen the Border Patrol use that in Instagram?
I saw the alligator thing.
It's probably a mile.
That was their first one they did with
You
whoever
end up with 3 positive minutes on your.
was closing time to load guys on planes.
Nice.
Oh my God, it's unbelievable.
Really, how that would work, you wouldn't have to have one road like that. You'd have to have just sections of road.
That's true. That was Instagram, I thought.
What song, do you know?
Oh, I have no idea.
We saw a Tesla up in going up towards like Woodland Park from Colorado Springs, and it had a fucking generator mounted on the back of a little shitty Model 3.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Literally, and then it had the thing coming out plugged into it.
Yep.
Real as fuck.
You think that was real?
I think it was real as fuck. The generator wasn't running, but I bet it did.
Yeah.
I've seen like memes like that. can't believe that anybody would actually. How could you get enough voltage out of a generator to actually do anything for a Tesla?
It wouldn't be much.
Those things take a massive load, don't they?
If you
Those
charge
chargers,
like
I have one in my garage in Florida. It's got leads that damn big.
yeah, so that's how mine is. But if you took a regular 110
Right.
and plugged mine in, it would take 3 fucking days to charge it.
Right.
3
So you couldn't get enough
days.
to run. Your rate of depletion would be greater than the positive from the charger.
Easily.
So
You
that
can
would
pick up
just-
3 or 4% each night if you charge that.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. There'd be no way that generator game would actually work.
You
That's
could
just a
probably get
problem.
30 amps out of a generator.
Bigger generator.
A bigger one.
Yeah. Yeah. Not your little.
No, not like a
Honda-
little
Honda. you
This
know.
one on the back of this was like this big.
Right. Yeah, you could maybe. The last time I had a generator for the RV that put out 30 amps, it was a big, it was like
It's a big one, and they're loud as
500
shit.
pounds and fucking loud, and it was a beast.
Yeah.
You know, it'd stand that Tesla going down the road looking like that. You know.
Hopping a wheelie.
I was coming down 25 today, and you know how you're driving along and you hear this, and you're like, what the hell was that, you know? And I'm looking around, I couldn't figure out because none of the cars looked like they were making that noise. So I'm like, somebody's got to be in the blind spot. I'm missing some vehicle, you know. Then I hear it, and you're like, what the hell? Finally, I find it. It was some little like, you know, S10 pickup truck that was like
No muffler.
lowered down to the bottom and had some massive muffler on it. So. I mean, the thing
And
was
you
so
just
low.
go, why?
This thing was so low it would run over a cockroach and kill it. You know, it had zero tolerance. You know, the smallest little pebble would clip the undercarriage of the car. It was so low, but it sounded like a Mack truck coming down the road. You know, just like
I've seen that shit. Or like a little tiny Honda do the same
yeah.
thing.
You're like, it sounds like an F1 car or something. You know.
What'd you think of that plea deal, man, from that guy? If I was one of the parents, I'd be pissed.
You could have predicted that the day after it happened.
It
you know?
sucks.
And as soon as they started, you know, acting like they're
Could
going
it be?
to college, it's like,
Is
no
it?
way. No way. They're
They
just
had
putting it
him,
up.
so they had
Yeah,
his
I
cell
can't
phone.
go number
Basically.
two anymore.
That guy dead to rights, and he knew it, and they knew it, and it's just you have to put up a show until they offer that up. One time, now or never. We'll take life off the table. You plead today. Not tomorrow.
Every motion they filed
Yeah.
to throw evidence out, not one of them went through.
That's what you do, though. It's not. You can't fault them for that. That's just what you do. And
Doesn't mean the government had to take it, though.
no,
He's
they
the kind
could've-
of guy you want to fry, man.
I don't disagree with you at all, but the cost of
Yeah.
going through the level of appeals, the forensic shit that they have to do it,
Yeah.
to spend the next 20 years getting around to the point that you can finally say, okay, everything's exhausted, now let's fry him. Then the guy is, how old is he? In late 30s, close to 40 years old or
I don't
something?
know.
I don't know, maybe not that old.
No, I think he's
But
young. He's in
Is
his
he
20s,
is he
right?
in his 20s? Yeah, he may be. But I mean, it's just the death penalty is such an inefficient model. It doesn't work. It's stupid expensive. You know, you get somebody like Brockler that turned the movie theater guy into a trial that they spent millions and millions and millions on, and the jury said no on the death penalty. You know, they had offered that way before in the very beginning of it, but just to get, you know, a month of showtime on the television for
I don't think you can blame a DA for that.
I do. I absolutely do. That one in particular has some issues.
That guy was a bad fucking dude, man.
No doubt. But, you know,
Well,
the
we wouldn't
jury
have
was
fried.
like-
If we didn't fry Nathan Dunlap, we're
I
not
know,
frying anybody.
But the dude that did that theater, is anybody arguing that that was a sane dude that you know, oh, he was batshit crazy from the get-go.
Yeah, he
You know?
was.
And we just don't fry people like that. I'm not saying we necessarily shouldn't, but we don't. And so if there's anybody that was certifiable as crazier than shit, that guy was. You know, I think way more so than Nathan Dunlap, you know. But the reason they won on Nathan was all the crap about his childhood and upbringing and everything else is, which I don't, that's a whole separate issue. But the theater dude, that dude was batshit crazy, period.
He was crazy as fuck, dude. He had those booby traps set up. That was right down from my Peoria store.
Mm-hmm.
That whole block was fucked up for goddamn weeks.
I bet.
They were lucky. I mean, really, they were lucky as shit. Whoever walked in that apartment at first isn't dead. I mean, just pure luck.
Yeah.
Who thinks that, there could be a tripwire? No one fucking thinks that.
Right. Or what about the kid in Idaho the other day? What the hell is wrong with you?
They think the only thing they're saying is possibly he tried to get a job there, but I don't know.
Just a fireman?
Well, listen, there's been plenty of people over the years that are firemen and are wannabe firemen that set fires. That's not a new phenomenon, okay? But the idea that, and
yeah, but they don't do it to kill people.
We really haven't heard the whole story on that, but apparently, I think he was there to do what he did, but his vehicle was parked in.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom here, and we have Marc Mager at my side, along with John Fuller, personal injury attorney and consumer advocate, and we are solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints, and making your life just a little easier. What do you have to do to be part of it? Just give us a call at 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. This hour brought to you by RenewHomeInnovations.com for the most beautiful walk-in showers converted from those old, ugly shower tub combos. You'll have a beautiful, flat, no entry, no barrier to entry, smooth walk-in threshold. You'll have perimeter drains, beautiful sheet porcelain walls with zero maintenance, but the beauty is unbelievable. They do it in 2 or 3 days, and you have months to pay, months with no interest. RenewHomeInnovations.com, 303-904-2000, 303-904-2000. Hey, Drew is with us now and has a complaint. Drew, what's going on with you?
Well, it happened 8 days ago. It's very hot here in New Jersey, and I'm an old man, 78 years old, federal court disabled, and I'm crippled because I got hit as a pedestrian. So anybody can see I'm crippled. I went to Home Depot first thing in the morning, and I told them, you can see I'm crippled. I cannot install an air conditioner. I need to buy one and get it installed. Show me how to use it today. 5, 6, 7 times I repeated it. They said yes, but they committed fraud. They just dumped it in the driveway, and I was literally dying of heat. I called up the East Hanover police. They saved my life. They came in. I collapsed on the floor from the heat. 2 of them picked me up, while the third one installed the air conditioner. They saved my life, and Home Depot was corrupt, in my opinion. They committed fraud. When I called them back to install and correct their mistake, they didn't care.
So, Drew, let's examine this. You went to Home Depot to buy an AC, and they sold you one. And where did they become corrupt? Did you have a contract with them to install it?
There was the assistant manager who said they would install it. I repeated it. He said yes. He sent me over to a big lady, and she.
So they promised you they would help you install it.
Yes. Where they were tricky, they gave me the receipt for the $298 I paid, and in little fine print, they checked off outside. They didn't tell me. They didn't show me.
Okay.
They kept saying they were going to deliver, install.
So the receipt actually shows they were going to drop it off.
Yes, but the pages 2 and 3, to agree to the contract, you have to sign it, initial it, and date it. I didn't sign it because they never showed me anything. All they were trying to do was get me to buy the air conditioner and tell me any lie they came to them.
Do you really believe they were hurting that much to sell an air conditioner that they did that?
I don't know. I can't read
$280 air conditioner.
Drew, you understand, Drew, listen, we've had our agreements and disagreements over the years, and truly, I listen to you honest to God with an open mind. But I really believe sometimes you're finding trouble where, yes, there is trouble, but no, there isn't necessarily accountability. What do you feel they...
This is New Jersey, not Colorado.
Well, it doesn't...
New Jersey is full of crime.
What do you believe they owe you right now, Home Depot?
Well, I don't know. I was going to ask you the same thing. But I collapsed on the ground. I nearly died. The police saved my life. The police told me to call Home Depot and get it installed. I called them repeatedly. They didn't care. They didn't care. This was just get the sale and the heck with the customer.
You know, I do want to say this, though. I mean, Drew, it looks like you finally did go number 2. Last time you called, you had a problem with the pharmacist.
Yeah, what happened with that?
Gave you the same.
What happened with that?
I'm not number 2 anymore.
What happened with that one, Drew?
Friends. We're the best of friends. We had a lovely conversation yesterday.
Did he do anything for you?
Yeah, he shows me where the medicines are. He advises me.
Okay, but did you wanted us to call the owner of the pharmacy and you thought he might help pay for your injuries?
I don't think that's relevant. What's relevant is Home Depot is probably doing this to other people, and it should be investigated.
Okay. So here's what would be wrong, and I'm serious about this, Drew. If you went there to buy an AC and they told you, yes, we will install it, but then they checked something else off, do you have any proof they told you? Would they admit it that they promised to install it?
The only proof I have is it's a 3-page document, and for it to be legal, you have to sign it and date it. It's not signed, it's not dated, because they never showed it to me. All they said was receipt for the money paid, $298.
All right, so what do you want? Let's ask that question. I know what the problem is now. You feel that Home Depot breached a contract with you to install the AC. You almost died. By the way, who ended up installing the AC?
The police.
They actually installed it for you?
Yes, and they picked me up off the ground. I nearly died. CBS News was here. They interviewed me for 35 minutes, filmed it.
Was it on the news?
Was
it on the news?
I don't know. I don't watch TV.
Okay. So how are you doing now after this incident?
I'm doing okay now, and I really am very impressed with the police. They saved my life. They wrote I have their names. I gave their names to CBS. And I think that Home Depot, my suggestion is you guys should make a phone call, let Mark make a phone call or somebody. And
we got John here today.
John Fuller, as a personal injury attorney, I know he's going to say you don't have a case. I mean, because you don't. They dropped off an air conditioner. They can't be blamed for what happened after that.
Yeah, I mean,
and breathe.
Yeah,
and this place was like an oven.
This sounds terrible.
That was the arrangement.
I understand that, Drew. But listen, if you bought an AC and they delivered it, they can't be blamed for what happened after they delivered it. The fact that you fainted in the heat is not their fault.
So I don't know how they do Home Depot up there where Drew is, but I have never seen a Home Depot personnel install anything. They use subs for that. They only act as a coordinator to hire
that's true.
Subcontractor. Well, so just the premise that Home Depot was going to come out and install this thing, when I don't buy the premise.
No, but Drew, here's the point I want to make, and I want you to help me understand. Why is Home Depot responsible for you passing out in the sun?
Because my place was like an oven. I told them that. I said, I need this delivered today and installed and shown how to use it. If you can't do that, I'm not buying it. I'll go elsewhere.
Well,
so to make the sale, they lied and lied and lied and lied. And then the police
I don't think anybody that works at Home Depot, Drew, and I mean this, I don't think they give a crap about a $280 sale.
Yeah,
you know, if you were buying Home Depot itself, maybe they'd care.
But you can't walk in there and say, here are my conditions, or else I'm going to walk, okay? You have to come to my house, install it, and show me how to operate it, or I'm out of here. I'm not going to buy it.
I bought a bunch of wood there last year, and they delivered it, but they didn't build the deck, damn it.
You're going to come to my house and build a deck, and then put stain and everything else on it, or else I'm going to walk. I'm going to go to Lowe's, dang it. I'm telling you.
With all seriousness, Drew, I don't think we can hold Home Depot responsible for anything that happened that day. They dropped off the air.
What if they admit to you that, yes, we did promise them we were going to install it, and we didn't install it?
Okay, then if that's the case, then you would be due some kind of money toward the installation, but you didn't pay for the installation.
Well, give the money to the police.
But what
the point is,
that's why I'm asking, Drew, what do you want? That's what I'm asking you. Let's say you're right and Home Depot lied to you. What do you think you deserve as a result? I always say this. At the end of every call, I always say this. So therefore, fill in the blank. So, okay, Home Depot lied to me about the air conditioner. So therefore,
give the money to the police.
What money? What money?
Installation fee or whatever.
Okay. So you want us to call over there and tell them that because they did not install it, they should give the money to the police who did install it. Then the next question is going to be, how much did Drew pay for the installation? Drew, do you know that if you were going to have it installed, it would have been extra, right? It would have cost more.
Hold on, Tom. What kind of unit is this? Is this just a window unit?
Yes.
Are we talking literally the installation is to pick it up, set it in the window, and plug it in? Right, Drew?
Yes.
I am crippled. I
understand that, but that task alone, how much were they going to charge you for that?
The lady said to me, because I'm crippled, he was going to waive the installation.
Oh, okay. So Home Depot was going to act for free and come out and deliver and see, I'm just not buying it. That's not something Home Depot would ever do.
Listen, I don't care if you're not buying or not. You're a jerk, whoever you are.
Okay.
It's a true story. The police came out. I got their names. They wouldn't have come out if they thought I was lying.
I'm not saying that you weren't, Drew.
Nobody is denying your story that you almost fainted and died.
We just don't think they owe you anything in this particular circumstance.
Right. We're just saying that it would be outside of the realm of normal possibilities that Home Depot would have committed to have installed anything, an air conditioner or otherwise, even given your condition. It would be a totally gratuitous act on the part of one of their staff, but it wouldn't be something that somebody acting on behalf of Home Depot would have committed themselves to do. Period.
Who is this idiot on the phone?
He's a personal injury attorney.
Anything, Drew.
What are you talking about, Drew? Why are you calling names like that? That's not nice.
Page in the paper today, 3 women were killed at a party last night. This is New Jersey. It's not Colorado.
What does that have to do with anything? The law is the law, bro.
You got me on that one.
The law is the law. They lied to make a sale.
No, they didn't. You
guys could phone them up. And by the way, you're saying I'm wrong on this, Tom.
I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong.
Drew, you're way off on this.
Here's what I'm saying. Listen to me carefully,
Tom,
Drew.
This is like when you walked into a tailgate on someone's truck and wanted to sue the truck.
Drew.
Just the point I was going to bring up by Crazy Mark.
Drew.
You said to me, Tom, you want to bet? And you said, how much? I said, $200.
And how about this last one, Drew? Do you remember this?
I can't go number 2 anymore. You made a bet with me, Tom. I have the papers.
Drew.
Sometimes.
Drew.
Got $40,000.
Drew.
You guys make fun of all that stuff.
Where'd you? Oh, wait. Did you settle? Wait a minute. Seriously, did you settle for $40,000?
Yes. You owe me $200 bet we made.
Where did you
which
get
one?
Where did you which one is that you settled?
That's when the car was rear-ended, and I had minor damages, and they settled. The one that Mark is making fun of.
Where you ran into the tailgate?
I didn't walk into a tailgate. It was dark, a black Yukon.
And the tailgate came up and hit him. Drew, I hope you understand. Listen carefully. I am not making fun of you. I just disagree with you on some of your premises. I believe what happened to you at Home Depot. I believe you went there, and I believe that they said, we'll get it out there today, and you misunderstood it, that they were going to install it. I don't think...
because I repeated it about 7 times, because it was an emergency. I couldn't breathe, and I said, I'm not buying it unless you agree to install it and show me how to use it. And 6 times.
You know what? I even believe that they might have exaggerated. I don't think now the individual salesperson might have done it to make a sale, but even
oh my God,
but even
no
so,
way,
you would have an impossible way. It'd be impossible to prove it. That's all we're saying, Drew.
Why don't you make a phone call and find out?
If they promise, okay. Hold on. Is Chopper in the studio?
Yes.
Chopper.
I'm here waiting. He's gnawing on the bit.
I want you to call. No. Hold on, Drew. Hold on, everyone. I want Chopper to call, and I want him to make an inquiry if they promised to install it and did not. We'll do that. But listen, Drew, seriously, you're always, honest to God, you're always on the warpath of someone.
You guys, why don't you listen with your ears?
I do listen with my ears.
The police have the ID of the woman who lied. She was a big minority woman.
What
Let's
woman
have
lied?
Chopper call the cops, too.
What is he talking about now?
We got to take a break, Tom.
God, we got to take a break. I don't even know what the hell he's talking about now.
Big old minority woman.
Big old minority woman. Anyway, we got more coming up.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You know, my life changed forever when I started a financial advisement firm. And the reason I did it was to look over my portfolio. I was so sick and tired of middlemen calling themselves financial planners or investment advisors when really they're just trying to sell you something. Or they work for big firms and they don't have an idea what's going on with your money. I changed the game. One of the few that gets directly involved with each and every client. We have a hub and spoke model, so you'll always have an advisor to advise you directly. If you want this kind of financial advisement, we'll do a free review of what you have, and if you're doing great, we'll let you know. Go to wave8capital.com, the number 8, wave8capital.com, or call us at 303-771-HELP. Hey, I love QCColorado.com. That is the whole house fan I have. It's the quiet, cool whole house fan. What a whole house fan does is even out the temperatures in your home at the very base, okay? They bring up the cooler air from the bottom, expel the hottest air from the top, and that's really what they do. With a remotely mounted fan in the attic, that's why it's cool and quiet. They do a wonderful job. They have saved me tons of money in air conditioning bills. Your air conditioner works less. Sometimes it substitutes the air conditioner totally because you can use it in the morning or in the afternoon sometimes instead of air conditioning. 303-800-3419. QC Colorado.com. 303-800-3419.
40 pounds in less than 6 months. I am so happy with myself. That's how much weight I've lost with Denver Regen. I need to tell you this. No more food noise and you don't feel hungry. It's like cheating on a diet. You're going to absolutely love it. And for less than $300 a month, Denver Regen can help you get there. No more food noise and you feel full. Check them out at denverregen.com. That's denverregen.com.
So you have a possible scam that you need some help with?
I woke up feeling pretty good about myself this morning. Now I've been called an idiot.
Until Drew.
And a jerk.
And a jerk
Right.
in one day.
In one day.
Hey,
My
now
one
you
caller.
know. Now you know how I feel most days.
They
Now
were
we're not talking
probably,
about you and Suzanne,
during that heat wave, they were probably overrun by air conditioning sales. They probably
I'm
couldn't
surprised
keep up.
they even found one there. You know, they should have been sold out for months.
They normally are by this time of the year.
Especially for under $300. Come on.
Wait a minute.
Yes,
Who's
sir,
that idiot
we'll install
talking?
that for you,
Who's
sir.
that idiot?
Who's that
Gosh.
idiot talking?
I'm sorry. I'm just piping in where I have no expertise whatsoever.
Well, not New Jersey.
I'm clearly not qualified to talk to.
Well, you should.
Did you cut out Drew's last thing?
Working on it.
Which one?
You have that, whatever it's called.
Big old minority woman.
A big old minority woman.
Now you didn't call
Now,
me,
what do
right?
you think he meant, though? Do you think he meant...
That's who his helper was at Home Depot that he put out his conditional.
I know that, but what,
he
if
made
you
a
had to give a
conditional-
description...
Listen, I've been to law school. I know about these things. He made a conditional offer to Home Depot,
yes,
which was accepted with consideration, and so we therefore have a verbal contract that he's trying to enforce.
True that.
That's where we are. I just did the legal analysis, okay? We know now that it was the big old minority woman that...
Guilty!
You're going to call up Home Depot, Chopper, and be like, I need to speak to
the big old... Do you guys have a big old minority woman?
One of your staff members, let's see here, big, so let's see, she was big, minority, yep, so a big old minority woman. Do you have one of those on staff?
Isn't a woman a minority to begin with?
You see now, gut feel.
You know, you guys should stop making fun of Drew. I'm offended personally.
Mark,
A big old minority woman.
when you plateaued, how long did it last?
Yeah, lay off the cripple.
Probably a month to 6 weeks.
Because I'm on 2 weeks and it just...
Yep. Where did you hit? About 30
disappoints you.
pounds?
What?
30 pounds? How many?
No, I
did you
got
lose?
20. But see, I always do.
I didn't
20
plateau
pounds.
till 30. It took me about 6 weeks.
After that, to
Yep,
start
I'd
going-
I dropped 2, gained 2. I was right there. And I really wasn't eating anymore either, which was really fucking weird.
I know that's disappointing.
But
when
then,
you don't.
boom, then I just broke free and I started dropping again.
Okay.
I'll end up probably 45 pounds.
Wow.
Hmm?
I said, wow. I mean, I'm down
6, 7
15,
months.
16.
Yeah, but you just started.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, and he eats hamburgers.
It truly is cheating now. It's fucking cheating, man. What's hard, though, is the muscle mass. So, going in and doing yoga and really fucking making sure you work your muscles, because your muscles will go right with the fat, brother.
All the research. I just summed it all up. Yeah. And for supplements, we can get away with a lot.
I'm surprised.
Advisors, TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Frank Duran, the real estate man. I'm giving you that name because he will do an analysis of your home and what it will sell for on the market. Right now, a lot of people are unsure. What's going on with the interest rates? What's going on with the market? What's going on with supply and demand? What's going on with my comparables in my neighborhood? He'll look at all of those free of charge, complimentary. It's really not a drive-by, trust me. It's a full analysis, and he'll tell you what it will sell for on the market with his 30 years of experience. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Laura has a problem with Well, hold on. No, I got to go back to James. I'm so sorry. I left off with James because Drew called. He was rear-ended on I-25 going north. They pulled over, and he took a pic of the other guy's license.
Did he take a picture of his driver's license or just the plate?
Driver's license and the plate.
Good deal.
Okay.
Good.
So what's going on today, James?
I called his supposed insurance company. I got no answer back from them. And I have pain in my neck and my leg since then. And I just don't know what to do.
Well, you need to call John. Yeah. I mean, I'll tell you what to do. Why wouldn't you call an attorney?
But what would you do, John? Tell me what you would do in a case like this. What do you do in a case like this where what if the guy just denied it happened altogether?
Well, sometimes that happens. But, James, who is the insurance company we're dealing with?
A Rocket or something. It was not familiar with me, and it wasn't his. He couldn't show proof.
It was.
Of insurance.
Are you saying he was in a work truck? It was a commercial policy.
No, it was. He was in his own, I guess, private vehicle. It was an Audi Q3.
Okay. So here's the situation. I mean, sometimes it's tough to get a hold of these companies, but we've been able to get a hold of most of them over the years. If the guy has insurance, we're going to be, mostly fine, and we'll be able to track him down. If you have insurance and we have full coverage and we have the option of at least starting the claim on your insurance, they have resources that we don't even have access to that can somehow see the existence of these other policies and assist us in actually getting to them, because any money that they don't have to pay, they prefer to not pay, and they'll actually help us find the exact policy that we're looking for on the other side. So we do have that option. Now, if you only have liability, that complicates things a bit. That might put you in a position to where we have to track this person down and actually serve them and file a lawsuit against them to pursue your damages. As far as your injuries go, then, I don't know anything about you, but if you have the mandatory medical payments coverage on your policy, that's going to be step one to help you get some coverage. And then secondly, if you have private health insurance such as Medicaid, Medicare, or even a private policy, that's going to be your secondary fallback for getting the care that you need. The rest of it we can take care of once we figure out this insurance situation.
James, do you know if you have UIM? Do you know your auto coverage?
Yes, I have UIM.
Good.
Yeah, so you're going to be covered, James, no matter what. Even if this guy had no insurance at all, but you did the due diligence of getting those photographs of his insurance card and his license, you're going to be totally fine on your own insurance. And if it turns out he's got coverage, they're going to find that coverage and help us make the contact we need to file the claim in the right place.
When you go after, in a way like this, you're kind of going after your own insurance company because you bought the coverage. If someone hits you that's underinsured or has no insurance, your insurance company steps up and basically pretends to be them.
Yeah.
So do you still need an attorney at that point?
Yeah, I think if your injuries are serious injuries, we're not just talking a scrape or a bump, but a serious injury that needs treatment and evaluation, then I do think an attorney on your side is going to help you out. Uninsured motorist is a cool coverage because you buy it in the event that somebody else doesn't have the right coverage. And so the coolest thing about it is when you use it, the state law says they can't penalize you for it. And since you've already paid for it, there's really no downside to using that coverage. So James, if you want to call my office later on, I'd be happy to walk you through in much greater detail how that whole process works. But there definitely are avenues that you can take to get some relief here.
What's your number, sir?
303-597-4500.
597-4500.
And then just,
yes,
John,
sir.
as a side note for people listening, I mean, we've had this conversation 100 times. It's remarkable. We've had people that have $250, $500 in liability coverage and do not have UIM. So literally, they're insuring everybody else if they mess up, but they don't insure themselves.
That's exactly right.
Where does this mentality even come from? Is it the insurance companies?
Well, I think personally, this is a consequence of all the insurance companies making their insurance renewals and stuff online, where people are just simply not informed about what the importance of these coverages are. I can't tell you how many people over the 20, almost 4 years that I've been doing this have sat down in my office and said, I have great coverage. I have $1 million umbrella, and they tell me how great their liability coverage is, and they don't understand that liability coverage does not cover them or their family one little bit when it comes to an accident that wasn't their fault. So it's important. Uninsured motorist is a critical coverage. I'm glad that you have that on your policy, James. That and medical payments are the two coverages I would never go without, and I'm glad you have them on your policy. So give me a call later on. I'm more than happy to help you out, or at least guide you in the right direction.
Okay, I have to take a break, but John, a quick question. Somebody wants to know, do PI attorneys, personal injury attorneys, get a portion of what consumers collect on MedPay as part of the total award?
I have heard of companies that do that. I do not and have not ever charged a penny for coordinating and helping out medical payments coverage. If you have it, it's your benefit. It's bought and paid for. I'll help you get the best use out of it.
Oh, that's really good to know. And that's John Fuller, Fuller Law. More right after this.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Dairy Queen.
Yeah, the Lunch Hour Drive shaping up pretty well for us. Got a little bit of volume out here. We had a crash northbound at 6. They've got it over the shoulder area, so it's free of any travel lane. We are kind of sluggish coming up in through downtown as well as southbound from I-70 through Spear. 270 still running a little heavy also, mainly westbound up through Vasquez. I-70 west from 270 back to I-25, and even the north end of I-25 heading up through Thornton. And we'll find a little bit of traffic on 225 out of Aurora, but no major difficulties with traffic. I'm Jonathan Steele.
It's cake batter. It's cookie dough. It's the new Superman Cake Batter Cookie Dough Blizzard treat. Now at participating DQ locations for a limited time. Fly in today for this cosmic collision of flavor. And don't miss Superman, only in theaters July 11th. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Hey, you don't usually hear discount and bath in the same sentence. So what about the name of a company? I love the name and I love what they do. DiscountBath.com. First, if you go to the website, you can get an upload link. Follow the directions. Get an upload link. What do you do with it? You upload video of what you want done. Do you want a new hall room bath or you want it rearranged? What about down in the basement where it's roughed in, or a new master bath or rearrangement? Whatever it is, you can talk into your phone, do a vid, upload it, and they'll give you a price without coming to your house. And they pledge to be discounted. And they really are. People are reporting wonderful bathrooms at discount prices. 720-979-2322. Believe me, it's an industry that's riddled with a lot of bad people, so go with the people we know and trust. DiscountBath.com. Hey, you heard American Financing on the show. I interviewed them about blended rates and about lower rates and about refinancing. Here's the deal. Right now, you need to refi with American Financing if you have high interest debt, but they're going to do a smart equity loan and take only the portion of equity absolutely necessary to get rid of the high interest debt. You're immediately making money by getting rid of high interest debt. So your payments go down. You're saving hundreds a month. You have regular monthly payments to get them paid for quicker. You can even accelerate those payments if you want, because you'll notice all the money you're saving. That's all up to you. But it all starts with a call to AmericanFinancing.net. Talk to my experts there. Ask them about the smart equity loan, or perhaps you need a complete refi where you pull some cash out and get a new blended rate that's lower than all of your debt put together. Find out more. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000. That's AmericanFinancing.net. How much time do I have?
3.
Thank you.
One day out of the week, ever get like a bad taste in your mouth?
Warm up.
I always thought it was something to do. Because I did semi-glutide too.
No, the weirdest thing to me is like, steak is one of my favorite things. And since I've been on it, I'm just like, I just don't feel like eating steak. It doesn't make me sick or anything, but I just don't feel like steak. I love fucking chicken. I love fucking calzones. I could live off chicken and calzones.
You fuck chicken?
I fuck chickens.
And you're not a sandwich guy. I know that.
I don't eat that much bread at all. I won't say I'm not. I'm like, I don't give a shit about carbs when I'm on this diet. It just doesn't matter. I don't end up eating them. I do make myself drink a shake every day now. I drink a protein shake, just some shit I bought at Sam's Club. No sugar, 30 grams of protein.
Yeah, I do those.
I don't like chocolate, man. I like vanilla. So Costco's got one that's got coffee in it. It's like having a cup of coffee, and it tastes like coffee. It is like cheating, though. It's fucking ridiculous, honestly.
What are you going to do with that big old minority woman?
Hey, let me hear the minority woman. Did you cut it out?
She was a big minority woman. I can't go number 2 anymore.
If he knew how much entertainment we get from him, he'd send us a fucking bill. That big old minority woman.
She was a big minority woman.
Minority woman that can't poop in it. Can't go number 2 anymore, you know?
And then I ran into the tailgate.
And got $40,000.
She was a big minority woman.
Now, was it 40,000 from hitting the tailgate? Or was that another
he
one?
got 40 grand for something. I don't know about the tailgate incident. I don't know all the history of the different issues.
I'm sure I'll get them all.
With mine, it was when he called in the day, like the first day I was hosting, there's Drew on the freaking line. Were you here for that? Or?
I was either here or I definitely was watching on YouTube. But I might have been here.
I think you might have.
Yeah, I do. Yeah. Because we were here kind of
something about the bank kicked him out or something. You remember?
I could hear that you're getting hungry.
The bank wouldn't cash his check.
Well,
and was like
only
kicking him
certain
out.
times when it happens.
Something
it does
weird
happen.
like that.
Oh, wow. I don't remember that part. But.
And we were just like, and I didn't even know who.
Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Drew is back. He said he just talked to police. Drew, what's the latest on your case where you bought an air conditioner at Home Depot? You believe they intentionally lied to you to make the sale of a $280 air conditioner at the height of a heat wave. And although they couldn't keep them in stock, you said they lied to you to get you to buy it immediately. And they dropped it off in your driveway, which caused you to almost die because it wasn't installed. And the police came and installed it for you, and it was a big rigmarole. So what's going on, Drew? What's the latest?
First of all, Tom, you were somewhat supportive, thank you, but you're wrong. You were not. When I was in their store, there were 100 air conditioners right there, unsold. They're trying to get rid of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
So you stuck it to them with your conditions, and they agreed. Got it.
I got it. Okay, so
and
keep going.
also-
So keep going, Drew. What did you call about now? What about the police?
Well, the police are going to go question the people. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to be found guilty, but I used to be a state inspector. Unlike many that were crooked, I was very thorough. You'd be surprised when you're thorough what you find if you're not lazy.
Are you looking to get them charged at Home Depot with something?
I don't. It depends what happens.
He would be happy to settle for some money. Tom, come on.
I'm curious, Drew. Within this heat wave, did you actually want to go outside and get out of your hot house and maybe try and get some cool breeze from a nearby park or something? You
No, they're
decided to
stupid.
stay
I'm
home
crippled.
in the heat?
He's crippled.
But he walked or took the bus to
No,
Home
but
Depot.
I want to know this, though. I want to know what Drew... Listen, guys, hold on, man. Hold on. I want to know what Drew wants the police to do. What does he expect they can do to Home Depot? Do you think there's some criminal negligence here, Drew?
I don't know, but the only way you find out, fellas, as I did when I was a state health inspector, like Columbo, you go ask the questions. You don't just sit there drinking donuts and coffee.
Yeah.
Good
And the police agreed with me. They're going to at least try.
You really believe they're going to go to Home Depot and investigate?
I know the officer who said he was going. He's a very honest man, high integrity.
Good.
And CBS News was at my place for a half hour interviewing me, filming me. So they took it serious.
Did it ever? I want to see. What day did they interview you? I want to go look at. It was at CBS in New York, Channel 2.
Yes.
What day was it? What day was it, Drew, that they interviewed you?
I forgot the exact day. It was either Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday last week.
Just go nutcase. Just Google nutcase called Home Depot and wants to sue him.
Mark claims he's a Christian. He's not a Christian.
Drew.
And Mark should...
Drew, every time you call, how do you find yourself in these predicaments? For the life of me, I have never heard of anybody that has so many issues just being alive.
Are you going to let me answer the question?
Yes.
All right. I am a true preacher from Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, Holy Spirit. And Jesus said in the Bible, his true people would be persecuted and be strangers on the earth, but they're the ones who enter heaven. So I preach the true Bible, and
so you believe you're coming under fire because of your stance on faith.
Why don't you read the book? God is true, religion is false. It's at Amazon.
No, but you believe that's why you're coming under so much fire from people.
Wait.
One of the reasons. Also, as I told you,
is that your book? Seriously, Drew, is that your book?
Yes.
What is it called?
God is true, religion is false.
And that's on Amazon. God is true, religion is false. I'm looking it up.
Yeah. And I have to take this break. One Clear Choice Garage Doors for your garage door needs. If you need an opener, a spring, a hinge bolt, cables, they'll come out to your house 24/7. And of course, that would only be for emergencies 24/7. But they're great people to call out for any garage door issue. OneClearChoiceDoors.com. Simply the best. 720-370-3987.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Woodley's Fine Furniture.
Some beginning of the week congestion through the downtown area on I-25 northbound, showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between Alameda and Colfax, only adding a minute or two to your commute. South of there, we've got a brand new crash, Santa Fe southbound at West Dartmouth. No word of lane blockage. Seen some pretty significant stop and go near the intersection. Heading to the far northwest end of town, Colorado 93 southbound. Construction work between Coal Creek Canyon Road with stop and go traffic between Sawmill Road. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in handcrafted Colorado-made furniture, custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture in Colorado than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
Joe Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. You know, nobody ever thinks they're going to need one, right? But then they want to find one in a hurry if they're in trouble or if a loved one is in trouble. Don't ever shop for a defense attorney when you're in trouble. You make stupid decisions. Joe Lazzara has been on our referral list for years. If you have a massive traffic violation, a DUI, an assault with a neighbor charge, some kind of a problem, a party got out of hand, listen, talk to Joe Lazzara. Free consultations always up front, and then flat rate pricing. Lazzara, Lazzara. Look for him at referralist.com or call 303-429-6200. Now, If you're looking for countertops, do you know right now you're about 3 weeks away from having them fully installed and customized? All you have to do is call the Art of Granite and start with a project in mind, and they'll give you a price on the phone. Yeah, they might want to pick from your smartphone, give them some measurements, and then they'll give you a quote on natural stone or man-made material. They do it all. Why do they give prices on the phone? Because they are proud of their deals. Wholesale on all countertop material, tear out and haul away is always free, and they have free incentives like edge treatment, backsplashes, maybe bathroom granite when you have the kitchen done, or free kitchen sinks. Theartofgranite.com. Get your price right now. 303-386-5919. 386-5919.
You're going to hear a lot of people advertising for lending, and I'll tell you why, because it's been so many years with interest rates that have been somewhat high. Now, here's the deal,
How much time do I have?
There's no reason to use middlemen. You'll hear them advertise everywhere, including this station. You want to go direct to the lender. That's CMG. They loan out over $2 billion with a B each month. That's where the other guys go. All they do is mark it up, then charge you the middle. They make a profit on it. Call John at CMG. You're going to get the best rates. Maybe it's a reverse mortgage. Maybe it's a line of credit. 30-year mortgage, 15. Go direct. CMG Mortgage. Call John, 303-882-6679. 303-882-6679. The best rates, the best people, CMG Mortgage.
All right, question.
Yeah.
Is this Drew? Hold on real quick. Let me see if I get this queued up just right.
Each stroke, or
we're just trying to collect myself before
catch your breath.
Catch my breath before going 6 blocks more for a restaurant.
How are you going to stay?
I don't think so.
Like, I don't know.
I think that guy's talking way too coherent. Seriously. What do you think?
Kind of maybe looks like him-ish.
Play it again.
But it's just the woman reporter talking to people in New York Park about what they're doing to stay away the heat.
I don't think it's him.
Blocks more for a restaurant.
How are you going to stay cool?
That's not it.
Catch my breath before going 6 blocks more for a restaurant.
Drew can't go 6 blocks.
He's crippled.
He's got to go number 2.
Most people that are handicapped don't refer to themselves as
I can't go number 2 anymore.
She's a minority woman.
In this video, it looks similar to the photos we've seen from the GoFundMe stuff. Kind of.
I thought it was so funny when someone gave him $25 and took it back.
Yeah, he thought that was Tom, too.
Well, the reason they took it back was Tom. Tom came on and said, I wouldn't give him any money, and the one person that did went on and took back the $25, and Drew was so pissed he wanted to sue Tom.
Sweating and passing out. That's why I'm sitting here now. I just came off the subway, and we're just trying to collect myself before...
Catch your breath.
Catch my breath before going 6 blocks more for a restaurant.
How are
So you're not finding the YouTube of him in the air conditioning?
This is not him in his air conditioner police thing. This is just a reporter.
Are you sure there wasn't a helicopter overhead and,
Yeah, this is just a reporter interviewing people, and it looks like just a New York Park.
Keep looking. You know that it's there. You know.
Sorry, my mistake. Yeah, this is the CBS
Come on,
News.
be creative.
He said female reporter.
Large minority woman commits fraud in the Home Depot.
Hey, he didn't say large.
He did.
Oh, he did say large.
Yeah.
Play it again. I get it.
Big old
She was a big minority woman.
It gets better. It gets better each time I listen to it.
She was a big minority woman.
Defrauds cripple in New York heat. Okay.
Story at 11.
Story at 11.
Sweating and passing out. That's why I'm sitting here now. I just came off the subway, and
I just came from Home Depot where a big minority woman.
I got to get 6 more blocks to my house.
She was a big minority woman.
Are we on the air?
No.
Well, welcome to the show, Tom.
I just walked down from upstairs and I heard this.
And couldn't get to the microphone quick enough.
Couldn't get there. A big old minority woman.
Tony Gonzalez and a multi-billion-dollar healthcare fraud scheme uncovered, and more on the Joe Pag Show tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. You know, truly, I have never had, I don't know, I have never had more ridiculous calls over the years than from Drew. The man goes from one conflict to another.
It's quite impressive.
And he doesn't see it as that. He sees himself as a victim because he's a man of God. I mean, truly, and look at it, takes all kinds, right? It's weird. Laura, seriously, let's talk about this Richmond home thing, at least something we can probably help with. What's going on with your Richmond home?
Hi, thank you. So my husband and I purchased this home 4 years ago. And about 9 months ago, he noticed there was some separation of our side garage. It's a third car garage from the home. There's about a 1 to 2 inch gap up by the roof and the gutter.
Really? You mean, wait a minute. So it's supposed to be attached, but you literally see them separating up at the roof line?
Yes.
And how many garages do you have? Is this just one garage?
It's a 3-car garage.
Okay. And it's separating where it meets the house.
Right.
Okay. What are they doing about it?
Not much. Well, let me back up. So we contacted Richmond first, but because we're over our 1 year when you purchase a new home, they would not cover anything, so they told us to go through our extended warranty.
Yeah, that's what they have.
Them. Yeah, so we contacted them and let her know the situation, the lady that we talked to. They sent out whoever they send out. It wasn't engineers. They came later. They sent out some guys that evaluated the garage, did some measurements to see if it was something that was covered under the foundation part of the warranty.
Right.
So a couple months later, so in November is when they came out. In January, they contacted us and said, yes, it will be covered, but we need to send engineers out to give us an estimate. So in April, we had engineers come out, and they looked it over. We had, believe it was 3 different companies that came, and they said they would let the warranty folks know, and then they'd be in contact with us.
Okay, and when was that? When did they send out the people to assess the damage?
April.
Okay, hold on, and we'll come back to that. I'm Tom Martino. John Fuller's with us, too. If you have any questions, problems, complaints, 303-MARTINO.
It's
Okay, I'm going to go finish that. So you read the white paper?
Oh, twice.
Good. It's got some good points.
Yeah.
I really mean this. And this.
Cone of silence. Oh fuck! I'm gonna sell Target real soon.
We have a trespasser on our Florida property.
Like right now?
We have a squatter
on your property right now.
It's just every day this bird lives at our house.
That's a pretty cool looking bird, man.
It's called a roseate spoonbill, and it's very endangered and protected, and it's supposed to live in flocks. This one's a solo at
Just
our
chilling.
house. Every day.
What is it like at your house? Is there food there?
The only thing we can think is that there's a door that has like reflective glass on it that
he
like
thinks he sees
seeing
him.
itself like, hey, it's where my friends are hanging out.
God, that poor bird. It's cool looking. How tall is it?
Nah, he's not that large.
Couple feet?
Yeah. Like,
will you get flamingos or?
I mean, yeah, we have all that shit around the pool.
Oh yeah, look at him.
So
that's a cool bird, man.
It's kind of cool.
Do they swoop down and grab fish?
I think one of the things he likes about it is we have lots of little lizards out there on the pool deck that zoom back and forth, and I think he catches them because there weren't too many lizards there this week when we were there, and I'm thinking he's like,
my parents have those
them out.
Fucking everywhere.
The little lizards?
The little geckos or whatever.
Right. But no, he's a cool dude. They're very, like, prehistoric. But I'd go out there in the backyard and run him off. Yell and scream and stuff. He'd just fly over the fence and be sitting out there in the grass. As soon as I go back in the house, right back in there.
In a dog.
Oh yeah, when our little black dog gets there this fall, that's the end of the pink bird, I can tell you. I think so. I mean, she may be like, what the hell is that?
She might go, yeah. Our dogs, so they've run up on Turkey, the big one. And I saw a turkey chase my old Doberman right up the fucking stairs.
Exactly. Man. Turkeys will do that. So we have this little black, like, miniature pinscher, you know. And one day we came home from the store, and our house in the Keys had a porch out on the upstairs level, and so you climb up, and then you go in the house, and then you look out on the porch. There were like a million fucking feathers. I'm like, oh fuck! And sitting on this couch, little footstool thing, was this poor dove that had like every feather on its body ripped off, and the dog's just sitting there like this, and the poor dove's like, you know, it was a goddamn crime scene on that porch. My wife was not going to be okay with that under any fucking circumstance.
So you got it handled.
Real quickly ran out the door, picked the dove up, like met her passing on the stairs where she wouldn't see it, got rid of the dove and everything. But I don't think the little black dog would take on this dude. This dude would be like, you do better think again, Bubba.
That's fucked up. We've had a couple dead birds in the house, and they're all from the fucking cats.
Yeah. Yeah.
The turkeys
my lab,
are the ones.
Or not my lab, but my short hair used to go out. We had this fox that dug a den at the end of the driveway. There was a culvert going under the driveway, and they dug a den and had little baby foxes in there. And the neighbor across the way had chickens, and so every night the fox would go and kill a chicken and bring it back over and set it beside the hole where the little baby foxes could come out and learn how to like eat regular meat, do whatever on a chicken. Well, the short hair would make a run around the property every morning, and so the first day he discovers this dead chicken there, and he's just like, thank you, oh great chicken god, you know. And so he promptly like ate the chicken, and there's like feathers over the entire front yard, half a mile down. I mean, it was bad. The neighbors had to leave and drive by our front yard and look at their red chicken feathers all the way down the property, you know. But every morning that dog would go out there, and every morning that fox would leave a damn chicken, and the dog would be like, oh, thank you, little chicken god, and steal the chicken and bring it up to the house. Till finally, after about 8 or 9 chickens, this was going on. The fucking fox one day pulled all of her little kittens out and left. She's like, this is a high crime neighborhood here, you know. And she left the scene, but a full grown ass dead chicken is different than a little bird coming in your house, you know.
Oh yeah. You got Monday, no issue, right?
Yeah. No, Brad was fine.
What's up, babe? Yeah, correct. Yeah, he was wait. Yeah, just tell him George wanted me to wait until he told me, and they were, what do you call it? They were wrapping the trucks. They had to get the 888 off there and change them to fix it, and then that's when we changed the 888 to fix it. Simple as that. Yeah. Bye.
Or 888 and Fix It, the same company now?
They are now, yeah.
Oh.
Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
I'm Tom Martino. Welcome to the show. This hour brought to you by Wave 8 Wealth Management, the firm that I began to manage my portfolio and then started opening up to others, where we are directly involved with your portfolio alongside my money. And we will share each and every trade, every single transaction we've ever done to assure you of what we do. And we do it directly. We do not farm your money off. 303-771-HELP or wave8capital.com, the number 8. Laura, this is unbelievable. She has a house where the 3-car garage, the attached garage, is separating from the main building. Obviously a problem. The structural warranty people, because that's what they are after the first year. Mm-hmm. They said, yeah, we'll cover this. And they sent out people to assess the damage in April. So what happened?
So, okay. So they came back in May, the warranty company, and offered us the evaluation and a settlement to take. And then we could hire any company we wanted to, or we could use the one that.
How much of a settlement are they offering?
It's like $46,800 ish, right in there. A little over $46,000.
That sounds light to me.
That's only to push the garage back up.
So you mean like wait, I'm sorry, like mud jacket or what?
Yeah, they're going to go like 40 feet down.
Got it.
Yeah.
Do something to bring it back up. But
they're probably doing piers to bedrock.
Yeah. But they won't cover anything that has happened because of this happening, which is a lot of other stuff going on.
Like
you
what?
mean like walls?
Well, we have the room that's right below that garage there's a crack on the ceiling. There's cracks above the garage door all around that garage. It's a stucco in that area, and it's just cracks. And the guy told us, well, when we raise it, they should all go back together. But
it will, but then you have to have it patched. They will go back together, and then you have to have them masked. It's cosmetic.
Right. Well, there's more. But the roof, they told us, this is from the engineers, the roof, they told us, is so far stretched that if they raise it, the roof could buckle. And when I let the warranty people know that, they said, well, we don't cover anything else, just to lift it. So any other damage, I'm assuming, is on us. We have water leaks where the roof is stretched, like directly below is our laundry room and a hallway. And we have water leaks and what looks like mold spots. So
okay,
there's damage from the roof being stretched. And
I don't understand what that means, the roof being stretched. That part I don't understand at all. Because if the house comes together, the roof, I mean, you have plywood for the decking, and you have roof material. So what do they mean by the roof being stretched? Who told you that?
One of the engineers that came out. If you look at our shingles, they're like waves going across that area.
No, I understand that, but that's a very, very simple repair. What that is you re-roof that area. You blend in and re-roof that area. It might need some new planks. I don't know if it warped your decking, but that's what it sounds like. The shingles simply go over the decking. What I would do is have a professional roofer look at it and not these other clowns. I mean, just because they're engineers doesn't mean they know about the roof. But in any case, no matter what, that's neither here nor there. The basic is this. Does the $46,000 cover your settlement? And by terms of the warranty, are they truly not responsible for the other subsequential damage? To find out, you need to read your structural warranty. It's all going to be a matter of contract, right? John Fuller, attorney at law, It's a matter of contract, right? We all agree to these when we buy houses. We just don't ever look at them.
Yeah, I mean, the statutes that dictate, the warranties and stuff and the remedies that you have against contractors is all really framed by the warranty itself. I mean, that's really the starting place that you need to look at. So have you done that, or have you had anybody look at that for you, or did you guys have an attorney on this?
We don't have an attorney. That's kind of what I was hoping to get some.
Here's what you need to do.
Information on.
I'm going to give you some steps, and you have the name of the attorney we want to use.
Oh, yeah.
Hold on. Let me give you that. We have an excellent attorney we want you to consult. But Laura, here's how we want you to consult, if you listen carefully. Number one, I want you to bring the engineer's reports, and then I want you to get a roofing report, and I want you to get a report from people who can fix the cosmetic damages, okay? So I want you to use the structural warranties report, but then I want you to do your own report on the cosmetic damage and the roof damage. For the roof damage, I would call Excel Roofing. They're excellent, and they can assess everything. And they have a repair crew as well, but they can assess that damage. And again, they will never ask for a penny. I would call EXCEL. It's Excel as in excellent, EXCEL, excelroofing.com. It's 303-761-6400. They will be the best. They will look at that and tell you if it's buckling and what needs to be done. So that's excelroofing.com. And by the way, for anyone listening, for any other roofing needs, 303-761-6400. Now, having said all that, I want to tell you that you also then call someone for cosmetic repairs. That's someone who can come in and do all of your drywall repair and your stucco repair. So that is a separate estimate. Then when you consult your attorney, what I want you to ask, this is the main thing we're consulting. Does the warranty, you have to have a copy of the warranty, does it cover this stuff or not? Because if he sees that it does not cover it, you may not waste your time fighting them. It may be just that it doesn't cover it. If he sees some holes in the warranty language or where one caused another and it would be covered, then he'd be the first to tell you. So now we're going to give you that referral. Do you have that handy?
I sure do. So
okay.
You want to call, so in Parker, there's a law firm called Hollington Law Firm.
Hollington. It's Hollington. Hollington.
Yeah, and the gentleman you want to speak with is Neil Hollington, and this is precisely the type of law he specializes in. And his phone number, you ready?
Yep.
303-276-2647. And Neil Hollington offers a free initial consultation. So
yeah,
you got nothing to lose by driving over to Parker and meeting with him.
Yeah, and you want to have your cosmetic repairs, your roofing repairs, and your engineer's repairs, along with a copy of that warranty. Do you have a copy of that structural warranty?
I do.
Excellent. So you're in excellent shape to get started right now. And then let us know what happens. And Neil Hollington, if he takes the case, believe me, it's going to be worth it. Construction defect is a big deal. However, there could be specific things you disclaimed. John Fuller, isn't it possible that in the structural warranty, they can simply disclaim other stuff and say if a covered warranty item causes some other items that are uncovered, then we exclude them? Can't they do that?
Yeah, or they can at least attempt to do that. I mean, there's plenty of contracts out there that attempt to, thwart the law essentially and set different standards. Some of those are enforceable, some of them are not. You really have to consult with an attorney and have them review the parameters of that agreement. Understand that Richmond Homes is a national corporation, okay? So they're building homes in all 50 states, and their warranty is likely the same for all of those states. But not every state has the exact same laws or construction defect, protections in place. So sometimes the provisions in those warranties are just completely not enforceable in one state, whereas in another one they may be completely enforceable. So you got to figure that out to your situation.
All right. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. Compass Insurance doing free insurance checkups. TheInsuranceHelpCenter.com. Make sure you got the right coverage, not paying too much, or you're not underinsured. 303-996-9000.
This is Jacob Goldstein from What's Your Problem? Imagine the impact when everyone gets the right tool for the job. That's Odoo. Every app is designed to be easy to use, so employees spend less time learning the software and more time doing their jobs. Experience true speed with reduced data entry, smart AI, and a fast UI. Check out Odoo at odoo.com. That's odoo.com.
When I speak to you about Wave 8 Wealth Management, I'm talking to you from personal experience because I started the company as a selfish pursuit for myself. I've had outstanding returns we will share with anyone. And I now opened it up to other people who are sick and tired of the advisement industry. They're sick and tired of being sold things like insurance policies and annuities and all kinds of investments that benefit the people selling. They don't want people putting their money in a warehouse and then making the spread. They want direct advisement. That's what we offer. 303-771-HELP. 98% of all the advisors can't say this. We can say it. We directly invest your money and directly work with you. 303-771-HELP, 771-4357. You know the worst thing you can do is shop for a defense attorney when you're in trouble. You make all kinds of silly mistakes, and a lot of them want a lot of money up front. Here's what Joe Lazzara does. He's a great guy. He'll talk to you free of charge up front, no obligation whatsoever. He'll answer your questions. And then, if you want to hire him, he will flat rate the case. So you'll know the cost of everything up front. Joe Lazzara, Lazzara. You can find him at referralist.com or give Joe a call. That's Joe Lazzara, 303-429-6200 for free initial consultations, 303-429-6200. Right now, there's a lot of talk about high interest. That's why American Financing and I have teamed up to offer the Smart Equity Loan. This is where you can get an equity loan to cover that portion of high interest debt you have looming over you. Get rid of it once and for all, and then stop using those high interest credit cards. Just use them when you have to for absolute necessities. They're not meant to be an extra income, but get rid of that accumulated high interest debt. Immediately, you will save hundreds of dollars a month, hundreds. So you can pay it off quicker if you want with the money you're saving, or you can just take breathing room. Your credit will improve, and you will be so happy that you're now on your way to financial wealth building. That's when you get rid of high interest debt. AmericanFinancing.net. They can also do a complete refi where you may have to take out money to basically pay off, so you need some repairs or something done. That can be done too. 303-695-7000. 303-695-7000. How much time do I have?
3. What's that?
That ain't
I gotta
Air
find my
Force,
phone.
That must be the VP or someone.
Oh, maybe it is.
It's the deep dive.
That's the one that when Kamala got off, Vance was like, I just want to see what my plane was going to look like or something like that.
Well, it says Trump was on it.
What about it?
Well, that ain't a 747. That looks like a 787 maybe. Or
I don't know what that is, but I bet you it's Air Force One.
Well, yeah, anything he's in. If he was in your caravan going to Caldron with you, it'd be Air Force One.
No, a plane.
Well, you're not going to go by a plane?
Oh, you mean the Caravan airplane.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the fucking Dodge minivan.
Oh.
That'd be the Beast.
Yeah.
Or Marine One would be a helicopter.
Yeah. If he was going with Tom.
What are you stuffing your face with? I hear potato chips, candy bars, pizza, tacos.
John?
A ring camera.
A ring camera. There's his delivery guy.
Oh.
Grubhub is here.
Grubhub just showed up.
We went to the clinic today.
Yeah, went to the clinic yesterday. How'd it go to the clinic? Is the credit card on the clinic or something?
No, he must have that address in there. Maybe when he's there, he orders.
They'll deliver anywhere. You can get Taco Bell delivered to McDonald's.
By a big old minority woman.
By a big old minority. She was a big old minority woman.
She's a big old girl.
She was a big minority woman.
That's the best.
Tom's doing pretty good today. I mean, he sounds good still.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like a candy bar.
Protein bar.
Oh, could be.
Wealth.com. 630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
Tom?
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right. Mike has a comment on this garage situation. On a new home, after a year warranty, builders still can be held liable for defects, but they have to be pretty bad. And it's a very difficult area of law, construction defects. But, we've seen attorneys very successful at it. But what they do, they like to send you to the structural warranty. And then the structural warranty will cover certain situations. Mike has a comment on Laura's situation where her 3-car garage was separating from the home. What is your comment on this, Mike?
Tom, it sounds like she's in over her head, and I'm wondering if she would be better served by contacting Genesis for a comprehensive bid on what it would take to restore her situation, and also contacting your independent insurance adjuster to help her fight the fight.
Well, insurance adjuster, I'm not sure an independent insurance adjuster can help with a warranty like that. I don't think it can. But I'm wondering about the other thing you said. And what I did tell her to do is to get already an estimate on the cosmetic repairs, and then to get an estimate on the roof repairs, and combine that with an estimate from the engineers. So what would be different from what you're suggesting than what I'm suggesting? I told her to get those together and then to consult Neil Hollington, a construction defect attorney. Isn't that really, aren't we both saying the same thing?
Well, but with your suggestions, she's contacting multiple trades, and there may be things that are left out because this trade didn't cover it and this trade did not as well. Whereas Genesis can take a look at the situation from a total package standpoint.
They could.
And nothing gets left out.
That's one possibility for sure. That is, I see what you're saying. Or what you're saying is a general contractor, basically, who can look at the whole job and say, here are the elements. This is what needs to be done in addition to the engineer's report. That's not a bad idea. So she could call a roofer. She can call cosmetic repair. She could call, and I would think, one contractor like a Genesis would be smart as well. Again, I think what she has to do, though, is definitely see this construction defect attorney. And construction defects never used to be an area of law. I mean, people would build a house, sell a house, and you were done with it. The laws have been changed a bit to favor consumers over the years, and they can bring lawsuits, and there have been a lot of successes. The one thing that is very difficult in construction defect is funding it. You don't always get attorney's fees, and that can be cost prohibitive sometimes. That's why you need a good attorney who is used to fighting these things and can go for attorney's fees. 303 Martino is our number. 303-627-8466. John Fuller in the house. We've been talking to him on and off about different things. So, John, someone wants to know if you have an umbrella policy, does that ever come back and cover you with your uninsured or underinsured motorist coverage? Is it an umbrella over that kind of coverage or only over harm you do to others?
Yeah, not by default, Tom. It's funny. I just renewed my umbrella policy yesterday.
Yes.
And I always tell people, you go, at least the company that I use, it has me fill out a questionnaire every year. Have you had any accidents? Have you been sued or, anything like that, just to assess whether the risk profile has changed. But then towards the end of it, it says, you understand that uninsured motorist is available under this policy, but you have to pay separate for it. Do you want to buy it? And I always go absolutely in the same amount that I'm buying the umbrella. And so, for me, it was an extra like $400, but that was a $5 million umbrella. So it's very, very cheap to add on that coverage. Not every umbrella company will do it, I'm led to believe. But
State Farm, Allstate, a lot of them simply do not offer it, John. I had to go to an outside company.
Well, and I do as well. I have USAA as a primary company, but they don't individually offer it, but they have this relationship with a company called RLI, and that's who I buy the umbrella with. So it's important enough that if your company doesn't offer it, go to a different company. I mean, it's just that simple. You can only protect yourself by buying uninsured motorist coverage on your policy, and you generally can only buy it in the amounts that your underlying liability is for, and that's critical.
This is a little outside, but if someone has an umbrella, but they accidentally lowered their liability on their standard insurance, say they're only at 100, 250, and the umbrella doesn't pick up to $500,000, John, if this is making sense, would it still pay after that gap?
In my policy, it says very clearly, you understand you have to maintain this level of coverage.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
I suspect that what would happen is if they didn't consider that an outright breach, they would certainly not pick up coverage until that threshold amount that you were supposed to have was reached. So in other words, if you lowered it to 100, but you were supposed to have 250, they wouldn't cover any of those damages from 100 up to 250, and they would pick up at 250 and $1, of the damages. That's my guess, but some of them may very well say, we're just flat not going to cover it at all.
In other words, you breached your contract with us.
Yeah, you bet.
So keep that in mind, folks. What we're talking about is this. If you get an umbrella policy, that umbrella policy will have requirements for underlying coverages. Obviously, they don't want you to insure for the bare minimum, and then they become your primary insurance. The umbrella is only supposed to be for excess liability.
And if you, just on that same strain there, what is the average? Like, how many accidents over the years you've been doing this, John, really hit that $500,000, or I'm sorry, more than $500,000? I mean, like 1%?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, that's why umbrellas are so cheap,
1 to 5%. But I mean, it's how many accidents do we run out of coverage?
All the time.
All the time.
Yeah.
Okay. But running out of coverage on a $25,000 policy or a $50,000 policy, that's not hard to do.
Yeah.
But running out of coverage on a $500,000 or $1 million or something like that, that takes significantly more damages.
A lot of people don't
that.
realize. They think, oh, well, $50,000 in coverage. Well, think about this. If someone runs through a red light and hits multiple people, you could be talking 10 different people splitting $50,000.
Absolutely, you could. The other thing is people hear there's $1 million of coverage and they automatically think I get $1 million, and that's not the case. You still have to have damages that warrant that. The true measure of the value of your case is what some hypothetical jury would award for those damages, and then we look to see if the insurance coverage is there to make you whole based upon those damages.
303-713-8255. What home delivery services rate 1, 2, and 3? I'll tell you that coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
This is Denver's talk station with Tom Martino. Now, Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW
You're not
Denver.
parked over there, right? You're parked in my driveway.
Now, impact traffic.
From the Superstar Car Wash Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Rapid Radios.
Starting over on the east end of town through Aurora, I-225 northbound, still dealing with a crash in the left lane at Alameda Avenue. We've got some EMTs, fire truck, and police on site with stop and go back from Iliff, looking at a 10-minute delay. Heading all the way west, I-70 eastbound, emergency roadwork between Denver West and Clear Creek Drive. That's Youngfield, with about 20 minutes of delays. Looks like 2 left lanes blocked, roadway reduced to 1 lane. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Stay connected and stay productive with Rapid Radios. Business owners trust Rapid Radios for instant, reliable team communication with nationwide LTE coverage, push-to-talk convenience, and room for up to 200 units on one feed. Keeping connected's never been easier.
Order now at rapidradios.com.
Mark your calendars for July 19th. In the Denver Tech Center, we're going to have a seminar, and we'll announce the details at mybigestreturn.com. That's the website. Barry Miller with Vestera Turnkey and myself will be talking about getting involved as a landlord in hot markets, how to be a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles, and how to basically take advantage of the Vestera Turnkey program. They help you identify where to buy, when to buy, how to manage, and they take your day-to-day phone calls. They become your nanny. They hold your hand through the entire process and then advise you when to sell for the highest returns. If you want to be a landlord and you wanted some help, now's the time to get involved. Go to the seminar on the 19th. Ask all of your questions. Find out every single detail, including how to use retirement money to buy some of these rentals. Yeah, you can find out more July 19th. Go to mybigestreturn.com. mybigestreturn.com.
Saying that they wouldn't even get that $50,000 exemption. Everybody else would get the $50,000. I'm going to see if it's 50 or 20.
So is it dollar for dollar or only over a certain threshold that you have to?
The threshold would be your first $25,000. You don't get taxed on tips. After that, you would, but if you make over 150, you wouldn't get that exemption.
You lose the whole exemption.
The whole bit.
Gotcha.
And then they were saying on the overtime, it's only the first $12,500 of your overtime.
So that'll kill most of your cops that are making 50 or 60 grand in overtime, you know?
Yeah, but that's just where it sits right now after last night. So, I mean, who knows what's going to happen to it. But I feel better about that, honestly, because I'm going,
well,
that's
that doesn't
fucked up.
offend me, but, you know, again, I think it's going to take them 2 years to get the shit
just
figured out and implemented at least. So
those are some big exemptions, though.
They are.
Now my whole working for tips just got fucked. Now I'm back to the drawing board.
Yeah.
So, hey, people, the tips, I just read it. The first $25,000, this is where it sits now from my understanding. The first $25,000 of tip money you get, you will not be taxed on. But after that, you'll be taxed. And if you make over $150,000 a year or $300,000 for a couple, you're exempt from all of it. In other words, you pay taxes on everything.
But again, it comes back to the reported tips and how they're going to really document that.
Yep.
Because, you know, that's always been the issue is that some
cash tips.
You know, cash tips are cash tips. And
they're invisible.
In restaurants, you know, that was always the thing. People would declare, I made like $15 of tips, or in, you know, strippers that are making.
But now it's all credit cards.
How much? What about strippers? Is there an exception for them?
Yes, it's called the stripper exception.
What exactly is the stripper exception?
It depends how many songs you actually dance per night.
So it's a merit based.
If it's over 5 songs.
No, it's where the tips are put.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. And go ahead. Describe the various locations and the relative tax rates.
Someone's always got to bring it to that next level.
Right. Thanks, Tom. What would be the highest taxed location for tips to be placed?
Go ahead, Tom.
I don't. If it's delivered by hand to the.
If it's brown, flush it down.
If it's delivered by hand into the area of the belt to the knee, then it's tax free.
If from the belt to the knee, it's tax free. That's pretty good.
That's a nice little catch to it, you know. That's almost like from the river to the sea.
I think that's what Diddy used to say.
Are you calling me in the distance?
Turn your mic on, Kelly.
No, I'm calling you just from the control room.
Is Steve new, the garage thing, or did he make...
Yes, he's a new caller. He has not been on yet.
Okay, got it.
And then we have another, we've got the Rock and Roll Brewery.
Yeah.
But I wanted to let you know that I had a nice conversation with Dolce, and she gave me a call for tomorrow.
Oh, that one. Yes, for sure. Absolutely. Yes. That's a good call. Except I'm not going to be here tomorrow.
Oh, well, Mark will do it.
What is it?
It's a good call. It's a really good call. We got to get after this guy.
I don't want it.
Yeah, definitely.
Hang up.
I'm hanging up on him.
Yeah.
I'm going to have Drew co-host tomorrow.
It's a really good call.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Wait, I want to hear the other one.
She's a big minority woman.
She was a big minority woman.
God almighty.
Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Hi, Tom Martino here. I want to talk to Steve about Laura's issue. We have a comment. Steve, go ahead. What is your comment on Laura's issue with the garage coming off the house on a Richmond home?
Well, what I was wondering, is there any experts out there that could determine when that started? Because maybe it started under the other warranty.
If it started during the first year, however, it's been 4 years, I think it would be too difficult to go retroactive.
Even if I don't, you might be able to go retro. Thank you. But I don't know how you would ever prove that. I don't know when you could.
Yeah. That was what I was wondering, if anybody could do that. Just, I didn't realize it was 4 years, but.
Yeah, I was thinking. And I'm not even sure, by the way, that matters. Sometimes warranty issues are when you report them, or when you should have reported them, when you should have known about them.
Right, and then you've got the statute of repose, too, that no matter what, they have to be done before a certain amount. So it's kind of like a double statute of limitations.
It's just like if their doors didn't close for a while and they didn't realize that was what was causing it. That was kind of where I was thinking of.
It's sometimes on the consumer.
4 years is a long time, though.
But it's sometimes on the consumer to investigate and find out. That's why they have that should have known. So
yeah, that's fine. That just was a thought I had.
Got it.
So.
All right. Thanks, Steve. And then we have another Steve wants to talk about beer. And this is our good old beer, our brewer at rockandroll.beer, rockandroll.beer. This is a really long special weekend. Do you have special things going on every day, or what's going on, Steve?
Well, I wish it was every day. It's just Saturdays. But this Saturday, everybody's been waiting for the American flag. I have a special. It's a polyester and spandex special material, super cool wrap American flag shirt with our logo on it. And they just came in. I know Mark wanted one. First thing, when he went to the brewery, the first thing he said, "Hey, you got an American flag shirt?" I said, "Well, I don't order, but they're here now."
So it's an American flag shirt.
Yeah, if you go to rockandroll.beer, I think you can see it.
Okay.
Yeah, look online, and it should be under shop online or something. Look on there. There's a special on them. Marked down to 24,
it's really cool. It's really cool.
It's really light material for hot weather. It's really nice. The mango shirt's the same material. But anyway, I'm doing something special this weekend. First of all, there was a lot of pre-orders, so I've already sold a bunch of these online. People were waiting for them, so I have a lot left. So if somebody buys 2 of them this weekend, I'm gonna give them a free upgrade to the Brewfest from general admission to all access pass. And what that does is that's going to give you a 7-piece Famous Dave's dinner free, NASCAR ticket free. You can win a guitar. There's a lot of value in that. So, just for buying a couple shirts, I'm going to give you a free upgrade from general admissions, $25 to the Brewfest for August 2nd. And the all access is $45, which is really a super
but
deal
for this weekend, there's no price. People can just show up, right?
Yeah, people can just show up. You can buy online right now and bring your receipt in, and this weekend, and I'll give you your free beer. I'm going to give, if you buy 2 shirts, I'm going to give you one free beer.
Okay, let me get this
Are you
straight
there?
then. Well, yeah, let me get this straight. So we have Saturday, August 7th from 2 to 10 is the VIP Brew Festival, right? At your beer garden?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be the Brew Festival 2025. Brewing beers for 40 years. I've been brewing commercially for 40 years. Okay, so that's going to be our Brew Fest August 2nd. It's a day after my birthday.
Okay.
I made it to be. I'll be 69.
That's
believe it or not.
I'm
proud of my
That's
age.
separate from this weekend. So I don't want him to get it confused. This weekend is not the Brew Fest.
This weekend is just a little. We're going to have little special things for the 4th of July weekend. But it's going to be, this shirt's going to be on sale. If you buy a couple of them, I'm going to give you a free beer. I'm going to give you, if you buy a couple of them and you want to get into the Brew Fest, I'm going to give you that special deal, free upgrade to all access pass.
Right.
And so this weekend this shirt is really cool. They're probably going to sell out, and I'll reorder them. But it's, when you see it, you'll know what I mean.
So the Brew Fest itself is August 7th from 2 to 10 on Saturday.
No, August 2nd.
Second. That's. I'm sorry, I didn't say that. I thought I did. August 2nd, 2 to 10. And to find out more about it, rockandroll.beer. And then this Saturday, this Saturday is the regular beer garden. And somebody wanted to know, and I put this away from the last time you were on, do you just show up at the beer garden, or do you have to have a time? In other words, is it like, because they heard it was limited, do you have to call ahead and get a slot?
No, you can come anytime you want from 2 p.m. to 9 p.m., but it doesn't cost anything to reserve the time. The more people know about us, Tom, because this is still new here, it's going to start getting a little more chance of the capacity being filled up. But I'm going to be asking for more capacity and more days because we want to get a food truck, and I can't justify a food truck for Saturdays only.
How many people are you right now? How many people are you limited to right now on a Saturday?
25 on a Saturday. Yeah, 25 on a Saturday, and the special event August 2nd.
Well, hold on. I want to clarify for you, Steve. It's 25 at a time, Tom. So, when people leave, people can come in.
Right.
Yes. And then also 75 for the special event August 2nd, 75 at a time. Now that one, when that sells out, it'll probably just be, not really open to the public, but that one's going to sell out, I believe. And I'll tell you what, your callers, if somebody does their reservation for that Brew Festival today from your show, I'm going to give them. Now, don't tell anybody else. This isn't going to happen other than your callers. I'm going to give them a free American flag T-shirt if they pay for the all access pass. I'm going to give them one free T-shirt, and then I'm going to kill myself.
Oh,
it
man.
cost me a lot of money.
So if you call today
so I'll do
and
that.
you reserve
Just
for
today,
August
today
2nd,
only.
if you reserve for August 2nd if you buy the all access VIP pass for $45, by the way, that includes a Famous Dave's barbecue dinner, and a VIP NASCAR race ticket, one free craft beer. You're also going to get that special American flag wrap T-shirt. That is a really cool shirt. The flag wraps all the way around.
$80. They're getting $80 worth of stuff. Plus, I'm going to give them the American flag T-shirt. But that's only today, and that's only from your callers.
Okay, only for my callers
Then
today.
I'll do that.
And where do they call today?
Well, they don't have to call. They can just book it online, and just when they're booking online, they can call me or they contact me from the website or email me, whatever, and just say, I heard you on the show today, and I'm gonna put them on a list to give them a T-shirt.
It's great pushing all this, but let's think of the beer. His beer's unbelievable. He's got 17 different kinds. This guy's been brewing for half his life, if not longer.
Mark,
and I don't care if you like IPAs. I don't care what you like. He's going to have a beer you love, and he doesn't skimp on the ingredients. I mean, this guy uses Primo Prime.
Yeah. And Mark knows his beer. They love it.
You gotta come and try the bourbon. The bourbon beer is done now. I will be selling it this Saturday. I've already sold some last Saturday. It's a bourbon-aged special ale. I have so much money in this beer. It's crazy. I mean, you wouldn't believe what you have to do to get that bourbon conditioning. It's really, really good.
All right.
I know you'll love it.
I believe you, brother. Okay, rockandroll.beer, rockandroll.beer, more coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Woodley's Fine Furniture.
Starting over on the east end of town through Aurora, I-225 northbound, still dealing with a crash in the left lane at Alameda Avenue. We've got some EMTs, fire trucks, and police on site with stop and go back from Iliff, looking at a 10-minute delay. Heading all the way west, I-70 eastbound, emergency roadwork between Denver West and Clear Creek Drive, that's Youngfield, with about 20 minutes of delays. Looks like 2 left lanes blocked, roadway reduced to 1 lane. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Woodley's Fine Furniture, specializing in handcrafted Colorado-made furniture, custom upholstery, solid wood, and the most comfortable leather furniture imaginable. You will not find better built furniture in Colorado than at Woodley's. Visit woodleys.com today.
So many people will be pressured into replacing air conditioning because they call people to fix them or to look at them. If you are told you need a new air conditioner, Fix My Home. Fix it 24/7 at fixmyhome.com. Fix it 24/7. We'll do free second opinions. I urge you, do not fall for these fly-by-nights. Fix it 24/7 will give you a legit bid and second opinion. You may not even need it. Maybe just their $39 deep clean check and tune will be enough to get your AC up and running. Whatever it is just $39 for new customers or free second opinions or both. That's fixmyhome.com. Book now.
Go direct to the lender. Don't use a middleman. You know, most of these companies you hear when they talk about refinancing to get out of debt, they go around, they shop it from the actual lenders, then they raise the price and make the spread in the middle. Go direct to the lender. Go to CMG. My friend John in CMG Mortgage lend out more than $2 billion a month. Check him out at partnerinlending.com or call John 303-882-6679. Hey, Tom.
Yeah.
I'll be giving lessons on advertising this Saturday if you're around.
This Saturday, okay.
To Marketown. I usually charge $180 for the 20-minute seminar, but I'm willing to give you a free American t-shirt.
Really appreciate it.
And a barbecue dinner.
Good.
For $79.
$79, okay. Sign me up.
And tell D he's welcome to.
She was a big minority woman.
I'm gonna wake up in the middle of the night and Suzanne's gonna go, "The fuck you laughing at?" She might be describing my mother-in-law.
Good sir.
The challenge is to call Home Depot and see if you can narrow down who that is.
Yeah,
I'm going to try. Yeah.
In Florida.
No, Jersey.
Oh, that's right. He's in Jersey.
That doesn't narrow it down in Florida.
No.
I don't think it does.
Excuse me. Can I speak to the big minority woman, please?
Yes, sir.
Martha,
She was
line
a big minority woman.
I went through your
you got
lane a few
somebody
days ago.
In your air conditioning department
Literally
that
put that on the button bar.
that you might describe
She was a big
as,
minority woman.
well,
I
let's
can't
just
go
say
number
she's a
2
woman,
anymore.
girth, okay?
Big minority woman. Gotta love the Drew.
You gonna go do anything fun on
I
your...
think I'll wait till 9 o'clock.
Love the Drake.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
11 o'clock
No,
his time.
you need to, well,
With our e-bikes
remember he
and
said
all
he
that.
went in there right when they opened, okay? So that's usually like 6 a.m. at the Home
It is,
Depot.
yeah.
So
Here.
You know, and it's Eastern, so you can wait till, you got to get up early. You got to call them at like 4 a.m. our time.
Yeah.
To catch the opening shift. But the good news is they're liable to answer the phone at that time, you know, which is not always their strong suit at Home Depot.
You're the one calling, right, Chopper?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just now that you have a description of the woman, it should be no problem.
You remember a little cripple feller that came in here?
And he dealt with the big minority woman.
That's like a terrible joke, okay?
That's the best.
Did you promise that fellow you was going to come hook that AC up for him?
People will never know what that means weeks from now.
No.
Because really, we don't replay that anywhere except on YouTube.
Right.
I cannot imagine us just playing this constantly over the air. Something would not go right about that. I just assure you. Somehow we would be blamed for the inside joke.
What was Tom so upset about yesterday? Because I was fertilizing my lawn, couldn't. He was going. Was it?
Yes.
DoorDash or something?
Oh yeah, because
every other word was.
Because
yes.
he made a mistake and sent it to the clinic.
Was that what it was?
Instead of his house.
Oh, clearly.
Oh wait. When?
Yesterday.
You did that again?
Yes.
Tom.
What?
You sent food to the clinic again yesterday?
Yes.
Oh my God. That's like something that happens once.
I know. It just
there they are again.
There they are again.
It always goes to the last place you went to.
Who showed up first, Jack in the Box or McDonald's?
Tuesday, starting at 2 on Ryan Schuling Live.
Hi, Tom Martino. So, I asked you who the best food delivery services are. American Customer Satisfaction Index, ACSI. They do all kinds of,
Speaking of delivery services.
No, they do all kinds of indexes and surveys. What do you think? The top three. First is Uber Eats.
Oh, got it.
DoorDash is second. Grubhub
Isn't that all? Isn't that it?
What do you mean? There's way more than that, but these are the top
how about
three.
like Domino's?
No, I mean they're going by the food delivery services, not by individual restaurants.
Got it.
So Uber Eats, I use DoorDash. I like DoorDash. The thing I don't like is their app goes to.
Are you doing that on purpose?
No, this is not me. This is Dragon and his immaturity. But,
Dragon.
I would never.
Anyway, I would rather he play Drew than that. Go on, give us a Drew. Yeah, anyway.
I can't go number 2 anymore.
By the way, we're out of time. Don't forget, you can call 303-MARTINO 24/7 to get help, information, and referrals. That's 303-627-8466. Save all your problems for me.
All right, see you, buddy.
See you, man. Follow. See you guys.